Chapter 547. The surface of the ocean raged and roared. The ice mountains on the surface rose and fell, and the leader of this world, Si-Young, floated in mid-air, his expression furious. Obviously, being forced to such a state by a domain lord in such a short period of time made him incomparably furious. This was a humiliation, a sector lord's humiliation. There's no point in talking. Luo Feng was dressed in black and stood in mid-air in the distance. His body once again became a blur. Using the Masha clansmen to unleash the illusionary techniques, he was like a fish in water. In close combat, his instantaneous speed far exceeded the sector lord before him. A blur appeared. Si-Young immediately retreated. Explode! Si-Young roared. Immediately, the two black and white alls before him began to glow with an incomparably glaring light. The surroundings of the white all were incredibly cold, causing the air to form ice crystals and snowflakes to fall. Around the black all, however, there were waves howling and black water forming around it, causing the entire all to seem like a black dragon. Rumble! Rumble! A black water dragon and a white ice dragon intertwined and revolved, even causing the entire world to tremble. Endless world energy flowed into the two dragons, of which the black water dragon was filled with endless energy and the white ice dragon was filled with absolute killing intent. This move was called the dual dragon stab. It was an ultimate move that Si-Young had comprehended after studying the water origin laws. Maybe his comprehension of the origin laws was far from Luo Feng's. However, it was after all infused with origin law energy, and in terms of pure strength and the pressure of the world, it made his advantage too obvious. Rumble! The two dragons revolved, almost like a huge electric drill, immediately forming a blur and arriving before Luo Feng. He's indeed raging, that's fast. Luo Feng, who was pushing his technique to its limits, looked at the black dragon and ice dragon that were about to reach him. Immediately, he became a blur, changing his direction and dodging. At the same time, a hexagonal shield appeared in Luo Feng's hand, moving slightly to the side. This push seemed simple. However, it was almost as though the surrounding space was pushed forward. Boom! The revolving black water dragon and white ice dragon were slightly affected by the space pressure, after which they clashed against the hexagonal shield. The moment they clashed, the two energy dragons exploded. The terrifying explosive force almost immediately blew Luo Feng away, fresh blood spitting out from his mouth, the hexagonal shield in his hand flying far away. Xiao! Xiao! The cores of the two energy dragons, the two black and white spikes, revealed their true bodies and pierced straight towards the flying Luo Feng. Chua! Luo Feng, who was in mid-air, immediately dodged. Over 10,000 images appeared around him. First collision, second explosion, third stab. Luo Feng looked down at his arm. The left arm that was grabbing the shield was completely broken. His hand was filled with fresh blood. However, the black energy wrapped around it and instantly healed it. Infused with origin law energy, world energy, a world assisting, two spirit weapons working together. This move's power is strong enough. Si-Young, who was hovering in the air in the distance, originally revealed a trace of joy. However, he immediately became enraged and roared. You are still not dead? I don't believe that you won't die. Go! Si-Young roared. Simultaneously, his face went pale, gritting his teeth and pointing at the two spikes, almost as though he was using all his consciousness to control the spirit weapons. Rumble! Rumble! The two sharp alls instantly drew two arcs in the air. Countless ice crystals condensed around the white all, forming an incomparably clear giant ice dragon. As for the black all, it was surrounded by black water, forming a black water dragon. Compared to the previous move, it was obviously much clearer. The two dragons' claws, horns, wings, they were all clearly visible. Die, die, go and die. Si-Young was completely mad. Howl, howl. The two huge dragons whistled past the surroundings. It was unknown if it was the roar of the dragons or the sound of the shockwaves created by the extreme speed. The two seemingly real dragons whistled as they circled, whipping their tails, waving their claws, and smashing their bodies. Immediately, countless illusions disappeared, and Luo Feng was forced into a difficult situation. The absolute difference in strength is 10 times. He also has a world assisting him, and he understands the water origin laws. And he's a spirit reader that's very hard to deal with. Even if I'm a Masha clansman, it'll still be tough for me to fight. However, only this can be considered a challenge. Luo Feng completely pushed his movement to its limits. The Masha clansman was originally the strongest assassin clan, walking the path of assassination, and the illusionary techniques were also on this path. The illusionary technique paired with the Masha clansman. It was indeed a perfect match. Under Si Yong's mad howl, even though Luo Feng was injured time and time again, at least he was able to keep his life. As for the injuries, the Masha clansman was an energy life form. Injuries could swiftly recover. Chi! Luo Feng's mouth leaked fresh blood, after which he flashed once again. Chi! The blade flashed and was clawed away by an ice dragon's claws, and that ice dragon's entire claw shattered. However, it immediately reformed. Luo Feng, however, flew backwards from the impact. His body flashed once again and vanished. How can this be? Why isn't he dead yet? Xiong's eyes stared wide, his expression furious. He's just a domain level. I'm a world level. Just what kind of ghostly movement is this? It's actually this fast. It's this strange. Getting injured time and time again, it actually doesn't affect him at all. Xiong floated in mid-air, controlling the two spirit weapons to attack Luo Feng. Obviously, Xiong had the advantage. However, that didn't mean he could win. He was suppressing Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng was still fine. His movement was still as ghostly as ever. His attacks were still incredibly terrifying and shocking. This made Xiong even more furious. I can only shrink the area. After shrinking the area, my spirit weapons have to attack in a smaller area. The efficiency will be higher. Xiong realized the problem. As the area of battle was too large, Luo Feng could teleport 10 kilometers in a flash. Instantly over 100 flashes, the space was huge. Luo Feng could unleash it. The two spirit weapons naturally couldn't turn the advantage into victory. Rumble. The two dragons retreated and approached Xiong. Before, when Luo Feng was within a 100 kilometers radius, he would be attacked. However, now that the two dragons retreated, only when Luo Feng was within a 30 kilometers radius with Xiong as the center would he be attacked. Shrinking the area, obviously the efficiency would be higher. Smart, you finally realized the problem. Luo Feng, who had been forced into a difficult situation, unable to get close to Xiong, his eyes gleamed, and he immediately rushed towards Xiong. As he rushed towards Xiong, the two spirit weapons, as the cores of the two dragons, didn't move at all. When Luo Feng got extremely close, the two dragons roared out. The distance was close, allowing the black water dragon and white ice dragon to reach Luo Feng in an instant, so fast that Luo Feng's dodging was difficult. Rumble. This exchange caused Luo Feng's entire body to tremble, spitting out fresh blood from his mouth. Even his nostrils and ears were bleeding, stumbling backwards while dodging. Ha ha! Seeing the obvious advantage, Xiong laughed loudly. World level is world level. Domain level is domain level. No matter how much of a genius you are, you will still die without a doubt. Shua! 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 Luo Feng dodged again and again, closing in on Xiong. The distance was close. There were advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Luo Feng's speed was fast. At close range, he could occasionally reach Xiong. The disadvantage was, at close range, their attacks were faster and their reaction time was shorter. Shua! Like a ghost, with a flash, he broke through the 30 kilometers distance, immediately reaching 100 m away from Xiong. Xiong controlled the 4 shields, simultaneously controlling the 2 spirit weapons to attack Luo Feng. I don't believe that at close range you can withstand 1, 2, 3 attacks, or even 10 or 100 attacks. Xiong roared. Burial. Luo Feng roared softly, unleashing his strongest blade, The blade's light was dark and fierce, immediately crossing 10 of distance and slicing at Si-Young. And the blade's light was infused with a piercing, killing intent. The energy was simply shocking. The surrounding space was under the blade's control. At the tip of the blade's light, there was a golden glow. Dim shadow, 7 ultimate saber, burial. It's no use. Si-Young laughed loudly. Rumble, rumble. The 2 shields blocked the attack. The first shield was knocked back by the impact, but the second shield was still able to resist the saber. Rumble. The 2 huge dragons behind roared and attacked Luo Feng. Luo Feng squinted his eyes, simultaneously releasing the blade in his hand, his right arm immediately elongating. What was originally a normal person's right arm? In an instant it brushed past the side of the shield and extended fiercely, reaching 10 in length, and the life crystal too rushed into the extended right arm. Rumble. The 2 huge dragons smashed into the black-clothed Luo Feng's body, immediately causing it to explode. Fresh blood and bones flew everywhere. What? Si-Young looked at his right arm that had instantly expanded to 10 in length. He was shocked. Why did his arm grow longer? Is it because of the armor? It's no use, his body has been destroyed. Even if his life core hasn't been destroyed, without a physical body, he can't unleash much power. Si-Young wasn't shocked at all. A human's body's strength had to go through the spine, muscles, etc. Once the body was destroyed, leaving only a broken arm, what use was that? Shwa! The blade's light flashed, immediately slicing through Si-Young's neck, piercing into his body and sweeping through his internal organs. A blade light pierced straight into his life core, causing it to shatter. How can this be? Si-Young stared wide-eyed. How can a fake arm extended from the genetic energy armor unleash such a terrifying blade technique? With his body destroyed, with just a broken arm, how can he unleash power and attack? The moment of death, Si-Young's mind flashed with many thoughts, after which everything shattered and his consciousness was destroyed. The 2 huge dragons collapsed, revealing the 2 spirit weapons. The entire world also collapsed. The endless amount of sea water immediately vanished, revealing the destroyed forest. The spirit weapons fell from mid-air. The shield too fell. Si-Young fell. Chi. The broken arm immediately became a black energy. The black energy gathered and formed the black-clothed Luo Feng. The black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes were filled with fatigue, but also a sense of madness and excitement. Success. Luo Feng looked down at the falling Si-Young's body, thinking, a true human, with his body destroyed, can only use spirit energy attacks, unable to use his body for close combat. However, the Masha clansman is an energy life form. If I want to change, I can change into millions of forms, not just a broken arm. Even if it becomes a cloud contact vine or a rock, I can still attack. Chapter 548. The Masha clansman had countless transformations. When it became a human, its bones, muscles, skin, organs, hair, eyes, nose, etc. were all exactly the same as a human. If it was injured, its bones would break. If it was hit too hard, it would spit out blood. Everything was exactly the same as a real human. And if it became a golden horned beast, similarly, it could mimic scales, horns, and even the engravings on the scales. Of course, the bigger the size, the more shocking the energy consumption. Even if the Masha clansman became a golden horned beast, it would only be a 10 long golden horned beast. If it wanted to become a 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers long mountain-like beast, it would probably deplete the energy within the life crystal in a short period of time. Night, the cold wind blew. The entire mountain forest was in ruins. The black-clothed Luo Feng gazed below. I actually used the Masha clansman to kill Si-Young. Luo Feng himself was excited. Even though the Masha clansman is strong, its strength lies in assassination. A true 1v1 battle. In the universe, there are many stronger than a Masha clansman, like the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts. Which of them weren't indomitable? Like the ancient pictures of Blood River World's ancient monsters, they were also indomitable. In one of the pinnacle races of the universe, the mother nest of the bug clan and the metal and plant life forms, these were all terrifying beings that weren't any weaker than the golden horn beast. They were all 1v1s, incomparably indomitable. The Masha clansman is strong in assassination. I actually only need to kill one of Si Yong's disciples and transform into that disciple, simultaneously unleashing my natural ability. I'll completely copy the disciple's life energy. Luo Feng thought. This way, even if I get to Si Yong, he won't be able to see any problems. At close range, when he's defenseless, I'll instantly kill him. This is thousands of times easier than fighting him head-on. Luo Feng was clear. Letting the Masha clansman assassinate Si Yong wasn't challenging at all. The main thing was that the natural ability, copy, was simply too sick. A person that looked exactly the same, not just on the surface, even the energy was the same. He couldn't find any problems at all. Even in the vast universe, amongst the countless races, the Masha clansman was an assassin clan that made countless races tremble in fear. If it wasn't for their natural ability being so powerful, they wouldn't have the title of the universe's strongest assassin clan. We can kill him. Although Si Yong's comprehension of the laws is weaker, I was still able to succeed despite the absolute difference in power. This also shows that I've improved a lot in these 80 years of cultivation. Luo Feng was overjoyed within, gazing at the messy forest below. After Si Yong's death, his internal world shattered and the surrounding forest was filled with large amounts of treasures. Luo Feng kept Si Yong's space item and these treasures, casually taking away the more valuable ones. As for the other items, how much wealth could a world overlord have? In the universe, having 10 mixed elements was already considered strong, much less the aboriginals of Blood River World. Only a few of them caught Luo Feng's eye. The other items added together didn't even amount to one mixed element. With Luo Feng's status, he could get them for free from the Virtual Universe Company. Whoosh! Luo Feng rushed into the sky, leaving behind the destroyed forest and Si Yong's corpse, along with large amounts of treasures that had no value to him. However, half a day after Luo Feng left, this place was discovered by a team. These items, even some domain lords would covet them. This team immediately went crazy, even killing each other internally. And because of these large amounts of treasures, it created a bloody storm within Swallow Mound City. Countless people excitedly fought over them. At the same time, news of Si Yong's death spread. Si Yong's death. Immediately, the other world lords from the surrounding worlds began to attack and fight for territory. Si Yong's power was quickly destroyed. There wasn't even anyone to avenge Si Yong, much less help him capture Naku and Nabu. This is what Big Brother Feng left for me? The silver-haired youth Naku brought his father and finally found a place to rest. Only then did he begin to inspect the space ring, and with one look, he was shocked. Kuku, what's wrong? Nabu was curious. Big Brother Feng gave me large amounts of wealth, a lot. Compared to our family's wealth back then, it's tens of thousands to millions of times more. Naku was shocked. Nabu's eyes gleamed. Haha, our Na family will definitely rise up and become even stronger than before. With this wealth, it'll be much more convenient in the future. Naku, we made the right gamble back then. We made the right gamble. Naku nodded. Within he was worried for Luo Feng. Big Brother Feng said to go block Si Yong. In the following days, the news of Si Yong's death spread, especially the location of his death. When Naku and Nabu found out, they couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, the place where Si Yong died was where Luo Feng was waiting. Big Brother Feng killed Si Yong? Lord Feng killed Si Yong? Naku and Nabu were shocked. Luo Feng naturally didn't know what happened after in Blood River World. After killing Si Yong, the Masha clansmen rushed into the sky and returned to the automaton ship before leaving. Blood River World. Standing within the ship's control room, Luo Feng turned to look at the vast continent behind him. This was a world that was completely suppressed and monitored by the Virtual Universe Company. Let's bid farewell here, little Naku. When I reach the domain lord level, I'll be a governor in the universe. As for Sector Lord level, it'll be life and death training. I'm afraid I won't be back for a very long time. I hope the next time I come to Blood River World, I'll still be able to see you." Luo Feng knew. He estimated that within 1,000 to 10,000 years, he wouldn't be able to return. However, he still had many suspicions regarding Blood River World. One day in the future, he would have to return and investigate properly. In the distant space filled with mist, an incomparably huge palace floated. This was Tianshi Palace. Because of this palace's existence, the many warriors of Blood River World, from the endless ancient times till now, never dared to come out. They could only hole up within. So, the Tianshi Palace in space was even bigger than a normal planet. At this time, a little dot flew out from the palace and swiftly headed towards Luo Feng's automaton ship. It was a black triangular ship with a diameter of about 800 m. Your Majesty Luo Feng, how do you do? I'm Mo Luo Ku from Tianshi Palace. Congratulations, Your Majesty Luo Feng, for completing your training in Blood River World. As the ship neared the automaton ship, it immediately sent a message. Very quickly, under the guidance of the ship, Luo Feng arrived at a vast hall in the first level of Tianshi Palace. This hall was about 1,000 kilometers in length and width. Luo Feng kept the automaton ship and stood within the hall in awe. Within the hall, there were many other ships, almost taking up half of the entire hall. Every ship, according to Luo Feng's judgment, they were at least E-grade ships and even F-grade ships. Your Majesty Luo Feng, dressed in a silver armor, six-eyed, blue-skinned Sector Lord Mo Luo Ku led the way. He spoke fluent universe language, his voice slightly resounding. You've actually stayed in Blood River World for 80 years. That's really shocking. The main reason is for the Blood Warrior mission. Luo Feng smiled as he walked. Different from Blood River World, even though there were many races there, most of them looked normal. However, the human race in the universe was too vast, with countless races and appearances. Blood Warrior mission? Your Majesty Luo Feng has completed it? Mo Luo Ku was shocked. Luo Feng nodded. Wah. Congratulations, Your Majesty Luo Feng. Mo Luo Ku smiled. I've received many geniuses who went on missions here, even those from the Battle Axe Coliseum and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. However, those that could become blood warriors are few and far between. This is because to absorb 3 crystals, normally one has to stay in the ancient god ruins for a very long time. Many don't have the patience, and the ancient god ruins are very dangerous. Luo Feng nodded. The two walked and chatted. Even though they didn't intentionally walk too fast, within a few minutes, they had already traversed 1,000 kilometers and arrived at the staircase leading to the second level of the palace. The staircase was incredibly wide. Every step was 100 m tall, 10 kilometers long, and 5 kilometers wide. The entire staircase was almost like glass. Looking up, each staircase had over 1,000 steps, forming a spiral structure. To go to the upper level of the palace, there's only this way. Sector Lord Mo Luo Ku smiled. The two became beams of light and flew along the staircase. There's no need to go up. Just arrange a universe ship for me and send me away. Luo Feng asked. It's the leader of Tianshi Palace. He wants to see you. Sector Lord Mo Luo Ku said. Leader? Luo Feng was shocked. The leader of Tianshi Palace. What kind of identity was that? He was a high and mighty being that oversaw the vast Blood River world. Even within the Virtual Universe Company, he was definitely an absolute being that ruled over the entire Blood River world. Sector Lord Mo Luo Ku's eyes were filled with envy. Smiling. I've been in Tianshi Palace for so many years, yet I've never even met the leader. However, our leader has unbelievable power. With him overseeing Tianshi Palace, those undyings and ancient beings from the undying shrine of Blood River World never dare to come out. For the leader to see you, it's your fortune. Why does he want to see me? Luo Feng was curious. The leader of Tianshi Palace, such an identity, he was probably at least a universe country leader level, maybe even stronger. Otherwise, how could he overall Blood River world? To geniuses, those absolute beings didn't have to care too much. Those existences were all ancient and tyrannical existences in the universe. How would a small fry like me know the reason why the leader wants to see you? Sector Lord Mo Luo Ku smiled. My authority is only to send you to the second level. I don't even dare to go up after that. However, there will be people from above to receive you and send you directly to the 9th level to meet the leader. As soon as he finished, the two arrived at the second level of the palace. Luo Feng glanced at the nearby 3M tall man with messy hair and a huge axe on his back. In a trance, that tall and sturdy man was like a majestic mountain that made one's heart palpitate. That aura was even more terrifying than the Ganwu Universe country's god, General 13, from back then. P.S. Second chapter has arrived. Continue writing the third. Chapter 549. Greetings, Undying. Sector Lord Mo Luo Ku bowed respectfully. The tall and sturdy man with the huge axe on his back replied and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the leader wants to see you. Follow me. After which, a formless energy that the naked eye couldn't see was like a huge hand that grabbed Luo Feng. After which, the tall and sturdy man brought Luo Feng and became a beam of light swiftly heading towards the 9th level of Tianshi Palace. This is the Undying's energy. Luo Feng could feel the origin law ripples from the formless energy around him. He flew up level by level. Every level of Tianshi Palace was incredibly vast and tall. Very quickly, the Undying brought Luo Feng to the 9th level. The hall on the 9th floor should be the largest hall on the 9th floor of the Sky Erosion Palace. Just like the first level, there was a palace specially for universe ships, a side palace to receive outsiders, a side palace for the sector lords to rest, a side palace specially for monitoring Blood River World, and a side palace for the sector lords to train. Anyway, from the 1st to the 8th level, even though every level was vast, it was divided into many pieces. The 9th level, however, was vast and unobstructed. The entire 9th level wasn't divided at all. The 9th level's length and width reached tens of thousands of km, and its height too. Even Earth could be placed within this palace. Tianshi Palace Leader? As he stepped into the 9th level, Luo Feng's gaze landed on the distant silhouette. It was him. He was dressed in a silver long robe. Looking closely, one would feel that the robe seemed to produce countless illusions. One could even see some golden engravings on it. However, with a blink, one would realize that it was still a silver robe. It seemed like an illusion, yet wasn't, making it hard to see through. At the same time, he had long brown hair that was let loose. Standing there, he looked at the endless space outside of Tianshi Palace. At this moment, Luo Feng even felt that he was even more vast and majestic than the space outside. Leader, the tall and sturdy man bowed respectfully. Go. A very elegant voice, almost like the wind blowing through the bamboo forest. Yes, the tall and sturdy man became a beam of light and immediately left the 9th level. The staircase immediately lit up and vanished, almost like it was closing the pathway. He finally turned around. He had long reddish-brown hair, sparkling skin, black eyes, and a vertical mark between his eyebrows. Other than that mark, his entire person was too similar to an earthling. Although his height was average, in front of him, even the giants would feel as if they were facing an endless world and feel weak. Luo Feng. The voice seemed to resound beside his ears and within his heart. Only then did Luo Feng wake up. Even with my willpower, I was actually affected by him without realizing it. This is too terrifying. Compared to the true rulers of the universe, even my willpower that I'm most proud of, there's still a difference. If Luo Feng's thoughts were known by the strong warriors of the universe, they would probably laugh out loud. The great eternal existences that stood at the peak of the universe, just the tempering of countless years and the nurturing influence of the universe's origin would cause their wills to reach an inconceivable level. A universe-level doll that had only lived for a few hundred years. You want to compete with the Heavenshire Palace Master? He was an existence that alone could shock the entire Blood River world. Luo Feng greets the leader. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Your willpower is not bad. The Heaven Sure Palace master nodded. However, it was almost like the entire world was speaking. This genius battle of yours is the most outstanding in the past 10,000 years. Because within you, Bolin, you, and Rongjun, Luo Feng was overwhelmed by the favor. Over 10,000 eras, that was over 100 million years. Before you entered Blood River World, the management of the Virtual Universe Company had a dispute with you and Bolin. The Heaven Sure Palace Master looked at Luo Feng. Back then, the dispute was that your personality was tough and resolute, suitable for this difficult path of the strong. Your talent was extremely high too, and Bolin was too arrogant. However, his talent was heaven-defying. However, your willpower far surpassed Bolin's. Back then, there were people who thought highly of you. There were people who thought highly of Bolin. And I thought highly of you. The Heaven Sure Palace Master looked at Luo Feng with a smile in his eyes. Thank you, Palace Master. Luo Feng bowed. During your time in Blood River World, according to what your teacher said, you comprehended 35 wonders of the space laws? The Heaven Sure Palace Master looked at Luo Feng. Is this true? Yes. Luo Feng said immediately. Back then when your teacher said this, immediately many in the Virtual Universe Company thought highly of you. The Heaven Sure Palace Master said, I too think that you and Rongjun have a higher chance of becoming the true warriors of humanity. Me and Rongjun? Luo Feng was stunned. Praising himself was one thing. Rongjun? From what the Heaven Sure Palace Master said, everyone was debating about him and Bolin, not Rongjun. However, from the looks of it, be it the Heavenly Bridge or Fantasy Ocean, he and Bolin were both ahead. Rongjun? Luo Feng was curious. If Bolin wakes up, he'll be your competitor too. The Heaven Sure Palace Master looked at Luo Feng. As for Rongjun, if you can surpass him in this lifetime, that'll be very noble. What? Luo Feng's eyes stared wide. A lifetime? Being able to surpass Rongjun in this lifetime was considered noble? This was what the Heaven Sure Palace Master said. He couldn't surpass Rongjun. Ever since he acquired the Beast God statue, Luo Feng didn't even treat Bolin and Rongjun as opponents. He was destined to far surpass them. His opponents were the absolute beings of the past generations. However, with the Heaven Sure Palace Master status, he wouldn't speak carelessly, and Rongjun had once caused 2 universe country leaders to fight over him as a disciple. This series of weird events made Luo Feng suspicious. So the highest level thinks the most of Rongjun, followed by me and Bolin. Luo Feng thought, Their opinion is one thing. I have the Beast God statue to study the first claw, the Masha clansman to study the 9 universe tablet, and my earth body to study the various elements. I'll surpass Rongjun now when I return. I'll probably surpass Bolin too. After this, I'll constantly improve and leave them far behind. Luo Feng's state of mind was incomparably firm. Even though he valued the Heaven Sure Palace Master's words, how could he be shaken? He had to get stronger, constantly get stronger. His improvement would only get faster and faster. As for Rongjun, Bolin, it all depended on whether or not they could keep up with his pace. Your mental state is firm. The Heaven Sure Palace Master looked through Luo Feng's eyes and guessed his thoughts. He smiled. The universe is vast and mysterious. Everyone has their own secrets and encounters. The 3 of you are not bad. However, at such a young age, your willpower has already reached such a level. It's not easy. My good friend favors Rongjun the most. As long as he doesn't fall, he'll definitely have some accomplishments in the future. However, I'll still bet on you. Bet? Luo Feng was shocked. This Heaven Sure Palace Master seemed to know some of Rongjun's secrets, yet he still chose to bet on him? Don't let me lose. The Heaven Sure Palace Master's eyes gleamed. Since you've comprehended the 35 wonders, he pointed in midair. A formless energy gathered and immediately formed a stone tablet. On it was a picture, the drizzle picture. There were a total of 36 drops of rain. These 36 wonders, which one have you not comprehended yet? The Heaven-Sure Palace Master said. This one. Luo Feng pointed, and his spirit energy flew out and landed on one of the drops. Since we've met, I'll give you a hand too. Tian-Sure Palace Lord waved his hand, and a series of black fireballs that were hundreds of kilometers in diameter flew out and floated in the air. Each black fireball was hundreds of kilometers in diameter, and they were completely black. The surface of the fireballs burned with black flames. There were a total of 9 black fireballs. Chi. The space around the black fireballs immediately split apart from the heat, and the space turbulence was suppressed by the black fireballs. As for the space further away, it began to twist and warp, almost as though the gravity was too strong for the space to handle. Only the space around Luo Feng and the Heaven-Sure Palace Master was very stable. What is this? Those undyings can already play with stars. Or these 9 black planets? Luo Feng looked up stunned. Even though under the control of the Heaven-Sure Palace Master, he only felt the surrounding temperature rise to a few thousand degrees. However, to a Universe Level 9 warrior, this wasn't much. However, just the temperature alone was enough to burn the space apart. Even the space turbulence couldn't get close. This was definitely thousands to tens of thousands of times more terrifying than a star. I'll show you the 36th wonder that you haven't comprehended yet. I'll only show it once. Whether or not you can comprehend it will depend on yourself. The Heaven-Sure Palace Master looked at the 9 black fireballs floating in midair. Immediately they began to move, and as they moved, the land and skies vanished. Luo Feng couldn't help but immerse himself in it. The movement of the 9 black fireballs completely affected the universe space laws. Space was completely under his control. At this time, his comprehension was even deeper than when he studied the 9 Universe Tablet. The main thing was that the 9 Universe Tablet was a tablet left behind by some pinnacle being of the universe. And right now, the Heaven-Sure Palace Master was specially demonstrating the 36th wonder. After completing the 36th wonder, the 9 black fireballs continued. However, it got even more mysterious. Luo Feng was completely immersed in it. Many comprehensions appeared in his mind. However, he felt more and more confused. After who knew how long, rumble, the 9 black fireballs could no longer be seen with the naked eye. One could only see the countless fire trails, finally forming an incredibly peculiar beast picture. This beast picture was from a 9 Universe Tablet 7th to 9th pictures that Luo Feng couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. After which, the 9 black fireballs vanished and the vast palace returned to normal. The Heaven-Sure Palace Master glanced at Luo Feng, who was immersed in his study, and waved his hand. Shua! Luo Feng vanished and appeared in the first level of Heaven-Sure Palace in one of the F-grade universe ship's control rooms. Luo Feng was still sitting crossed-legged in his study, not realizing he had already arrived in the ship. Send Luo Feng away. Don't disturb his study. The Heaven-Sure Palace Master communicated. Yes, Palace Master. The Heaven-Sure Palace Master gazed from above, almost as though he could see through the many levels of the palace to see Luo Feng, who was immersed in his study. He laughed softly. Luo Feng, how much you can comprehend will depend on yourself. After which the Heaven-Sure Palace Master sat cross-legged and laughed softly. At such a young age, your willpower is already this strong. Interesting. Back when I was a domain lord, my willpower wasn't this strong. Everything returned to silence. The 9th level of Heaven-Sure Palace was still as peaceful as it had been for 1 trillion years, and a shuttle-shaped F-grade universe ship brought Luo Feng, who was still immersed in his study, and left Heaven-Sure Palace. **********, the 9th final chapter. It was about to begin a new chapter. Tomorrow it would be the 10th chapter, simultaneously calling for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. If you have votes, please support Tomato. Chapter 550. Luo Feng's Nest, star fragment number 80389081, had a diameter of 6,200 kilometers. This star continent floated in space, and on it, there was only a vast villa with universe-level soldiers patrolling. Suddenly, they saw a shuttle universe ship slowly descend and were shocked, immediately sending a message to the guard leader, AO Duo. "General, there's a ship. There's a ship coming." A silhouette flew out from the villa. It was the bald, old man, AO Duo. AO Duo looked up. It was a shuttle-shaped universe ship. With one look, AO Duo's expression changed. Tian Sure Palace's symbol? It's actually a F-grade universe ship. Follow me. Ordo led dozens of guards and turned into streaks of light as they flew over. In the distance, the shuttle-shaped universe ship slowly descended and landed on a bunch of wildflowers. Tian Sure Palace's ship. It should be His Majesty's return. Why hasn't the cabin door opened for so long? AO Duo brought the group of guards behind him and stood quietly beside the ship. The ship stopped for a while, and finally the cabin door opened. A tall and sturdy man with a huge axe on his back appeared at the door, coldly gazing at AO Duo and the group. An invisible pressure weighed down on the souls of Ordo and the others. "Greetings, Undying." AO Duo bowed in shock. "Greetings, Undying." The group of guards were shocked too. Luo Feng is currently studying. We cannot disturb him at such a crucial time. The tall and sturdy man said coldly. "Our Tian Sure Palace ship will stay here for a while until he wakes up. You are not to disturb him." "Yes." AO Duo and the group bowed respectfully, simultaneously shocked within. My God! From the pressure this person emitted, along with the law ripples around him, it was obvious he was a great Undying. However, His Majesty Luo Feng was actually able to make an Undying stay here and not disturb his training. That was too exaggerated. After all, Luo Feng was only an absolute beginning member. His position should be lower than the Undying of Tian Sure Palace. Hua! The cabin door closed. AO Duo and the rest could only obediently wait outside. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Why hasn't His Majesty woken up yet? Right, we've all been waiting here for a while. General, if His Highness continues to comprehend, are we just going to wait here, foolishly? I think we should go back first. Shut up. AO Duo roared softly, glancing at the guards behind him who had been waiting for 18 days. He said coldly, "You guys are only universe levels and domain lords. How long have you waited?" Even I didn't make a sound. Even the Undyings of Tian Sure Palace were waiting here, not daring to disturb His Majesty Luo Feng's training. Yet you all are complaining here? Oomph. The guards who were muttering earlier immediately shut their mouths. Oomph. All of you wait here quietly. If Your Highness wakes up and doesn't see us coming out to welcome you, it will be our negligence. Ordo shouted. Yes, General. The group of guards obeyed obediently. Within the universe ship's control room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the metal floor without moving. At this moment, many scenes appeared in his mind. The trajectory that the high and mighty Tian Sure Palace Master had created with the 9 black fire stars kept appearing in his mind. There were many secret techniques in the second volume of the Space-Time Scribbles. There were many parts that he didn't understand, but he was solving them one by one. 9 Universe Tablet, Time-Space Scribbles, Floating Blood Manual, 9 Black Fireballs, Ancient Pictures, Beast God Statue. They all verified each other. Along with the 35 wonders he had already comprehended before, he had also comprehended quite a bit of the 36th wonder. As he verified each other, his doubts were constantly broken through. Many comprehensions appeared, causing Luo Feng to reveal a smile on his face. Unknowingly, Luo Feng had completely comprehended the 36th wonder, because back then the 9 black fireballs were actually constantly practicing until he had completely mastered the space laws. Hence he couldn't help but continue to comprehend, beginning to comprehend the 9 universe tablets' 3rd picture, the rainstorm picture. All sorts of questions floated up in his mind, all sorts of incomprehensible parts. Luo Feng combined the 9 black fireballs and ancient pictures to verify them. It was incredibly difficult to overcome one obstacle after another, spending countless amounts of energy to overcome another obstacle. It ends here. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. If I continue, my efficiency will be even lower. The best way to comprehend the 9-universe tablet is still the time-space scribbles. Right now, I only have the first 2 volumes, and not the third. Luo Feng could clearly feel that without the time-space scribbles to verify each other, his comprehension efficiency would drop shockingly. Time-space scribbles was written by the 9-universe tablet's creator. It was incredibly expensive, however, it was the best method to study the 9-universe tablet. Hua! The door to the control room opened. Luo Feng turned to look. The one who walked in was the tall and sturdy man with a huge axe on his back. He glanced at Luo Feng. Since you're awake, you can leave. Thank you, Undying. Luo Feng bowed. This is the leader's order. No need to thank me. The tall and sturdy man didn't say anything else. Luo Feng bowed and swiftly left through the pathway, exiting the cabin door. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ao Duo and a group of guards saw Luo Feng exit. After waiting for over 30 days, they all bowed respectfully. HM. Luo Feng leapt down the cabin door and stepped on the grass, smiling and nodding. I've made you all wait long. Let's go back. Yes. Ao Duo and the others followed respectfully. On this void star fragment continent, Luo Feng quickly returned to his living quarters. He couldn't help but enter the Virtual Universe network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Absolute Beginning Region, Villa 1136. Luo Feng immediately came to his training grounds. The leader of the Tianshi Palace helped me this time, saving me at least 2 to 3 years of time. And those 9 black flame planets, it'll give me some idea of the rainstorm picture. Luo Feng recalled the scene in Tianshi Palace. He couldn't help but be speechless at the 9 black flame planets. The universe space was extremely stable. Even with the temperature of a star, it wouldn't affect the space at all. And the black flame planets directly burned space. Even the space turbulence was suppressed. The strong gravity caused the space to warp. Luo Feng guessed that even an Undying would be burned to death by the black flame planets. Lifting something heavy as though it's light. I don't have to think so far for now. Even a star, I can't handle it. Luo Feng shook his head and didn't think anymore. With a thought, a dark golden long rod appeared on his back. I've already completely comprehended the 36 wonders. However, I don't know if I can unleash the 6th level. The Nanshin armament had a total of 9 levels. The 5th was Space Slicer. The 6th was Self-World. From the 5th to the 6th, it was one of the 2 hardest levels to break through in the entire 9 levels. 80 years. Over 80 years of hard work, Luo Feng's comprehension had been rising constantly. Compared to 80 years ago, it had risen by a lot. However, he still couldn't unleash the 6th level. Nanshin armament, activate. Luo Feng roared coldly. Hua! Countless rays of golden light shot out from the dark gold staff behind him. For a moment, the golden light was dazzling, and the runes on the dark gold swords shot out golden threads. The countless rays of golden light even caused the surrounding space to change, triggering the origin of space and origin of metal laws. Following which, the alloy floor in front of the training ground disappeared. In the vast world, blade energy could be seen circulating. The moment this move was unleashed, it could change the land and skies. It was the Nanshin armament's 6th level. Self-World. HM. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. His face was flushed red. His spirit energy madly controlled the foundation of the blade world. The 5,832 little golden blades. No, hold on. Luo Feng couldn't help but roar. Rumble. The blade world that was formed from start to finish only maintained stability for 3 to 4 seconds, after which it trembled and shattered with a rumble. A blur of 5,832 little golden blades floated about. However, the blade world had already shattered. It only took a few seconds to shatter. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. However, it's still all right. This is the first time I've formed a blade world. After so many years, it's finally the first time I've successfully formed a blade world. Since I can form a blade world, the next one should be quick. Every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Just like the first level of the Nanshan Armament's illusion blade, it merely formed one blade. In the second level sky piercing, it required one to simultaneously control 9 blades as one. How huge was the difference between them? 80 years. Luo Feng's improvement from the Nanshan Armament's 5th level space slicer was shocking. His encounters were miraculous too. This way, he spent 80 years before finally reaching the threshold of the 6th level, self-world. Of course, it was only the threshold. Every level's power was different. Luo Feng had only formed the blade world for a few seconds now. It was the most basic of the 6th level. In theory, only when one's comprehension of the rainstorm picture reaches a certain level would one be able to unleash the blade world. Luo Feng didn't even have a deep comprehension of the rainstorm picture. The 1st to 3rd levels of the heavenly bridge correspond to the raindrop picture. The 4th to 6th levels correspond to the drizzle picture. The 7th to 9th levels correspond to the rainstorm picture. Luo Feng frowned. This is a rough comparison. I've comprehended the first 36 essences. Compared to normal comprehension of the drizzle picture, I'm probably 10 times stronger, hence I can barely form the blade world. However, just maintaining the blade world for a few seconds is probably not enough to pass the 7th level. If I train more and familiarize myself with it, I'll be able to maintain the blade world for a longer period of time. Luo Feng pondered. And after I've comprehended the first 36 wonders, studying the rainstorm picture would be extremely difficult. However, studying the surface would probably be faster. The better the foundation, the faster the comprehension. Luo Feng's foundation was undoubtedly very solid. To study the rainstorm picture, I need the 3rd volume of the time-space scribbles. I should buy it. Luo Feng understood that sharpening one's knife wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. He swiftly rushed out of the training grounds. So, he flew directly to the study room of his residence. Sitting at his desk, he opened his laptop and swiftly opened the treasure trove, preparing to buy the technique. Suddenly, he was stunned as he looked at the points below. Points balance, 74660. Only 70,000 points? Buying the 3rd volume of the time-space scribbles requires 100,000 points. Luo Feng was stunned. Chapter 551. His points earning was already very impressive. Back in Primal Chaos City, he had earned a huge amount from the 10 times reward. After buying the first 2 volumes of time-space scribbles, he still had 20,360 points left. After that, he had passed the 9 islands in Fantasy Ocean, earning 51,100 points in one go. In Blood River World, he had passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge, earning 3,200 points. A total of 74,660 points. The first volume of time-space scribbles only required 1,000 points. The first 2 required 10,000 points. The first 3 required 100,000 points. The first 4 required 1,000,000 points, so on and so forth. Especially when the entire 9 volumes of time-space scribbles required 100 billion points. This was a number that would make even universe country leaders stare blankly. Also, there was no discount at all. Choosing it was like choosing a bottomless pit. Looks like I have to confirm the completion of the mission before I can buy the 3rd volume of time-space scribbles. Luo Feng gently tapped and closed the treasure trove file. He opened a management file and chose the training option, quickly entering the mission page. He chose to confirm the mission completion. How do you do, Your Majesty, Luo Feng? A gentle voice resounded from the screen. Are you confirming the completion of your mission? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. May I ask, of the 2 missions of Blood River World, how much have you completed? The gentle voice continued. I've completed both. Luo Feng said. Please wait for a moment. Very soon, a universe ship will arrive at the starland you live in and begin the verification in reality. Once it passes, Your Majesty will receive the points reward. The gentle voice said. Indeed, about 8 hours later, a 100m long gray sword-shaped universe ship stopped on the starland. Luo Feng led Sector Lord Ao Duo and the others to personally welcome them. How do you do, Your Majesty, Luo Feng? 3 black uniformed men and women walked out of the cabin door. The leading man said, "Please enter the ship. Your guards don't have to follow." "All right." Luo Feng nodded. Entering the ship, they quickly arrived at a specialized examination cabin. "After Your Majesty enters the cabin, just follow the AI's instructions." These 3 black uniformed men and women were incredibly humble and courteous. In terms of strength, they were all sector lords. As their battle talents weren't high, they were people who dealt with various matters. However, there were differences in status when it came to handling various matters. These 3 people were in charge of more important matters. They also knew that in this genius battle, 3 people, Bolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, were highly regarded by the upper echelons, so they were naturally very humble towards Luo Feng. If they were dealing with some geniuses that weren't that outstanding in the absolute beginning secret realm, they would normally act according to the rules and have a cold expression. How could they possibly be so humble? "Okay." Luo Feng nodded, entering the examination cabin. In the cabin, the electronic voice resounded. "Luo Feng, please take out a blood river crystal and place it on the table before you." Luo Feng placed a blood river crystal on the table. First mission, acquire a blood river crystal. Completed, acquired 10,000 points. The electronic voice said, "Luo Feng, please prove that you are a blood warrior and place your blood river medal on the table." Chi. The cloud contact armor on his body automatically separated, revealing his bare chest. Luo Feng activated the blood river energy within him, and a blood red engraving appeared on his chest. Even though the engraving was simple, it was like a single entity, and it was filled with an incomparably mysterious power. It immediately caused Luo Feng's compatibility with the universe origin energy to double. Simultaneously, Luo Feng threw out the blood river medal and placed it on the table. A blue light swept across Luo Feng and the table. "Confirm. Luo Feng, congratulations on completing the second mission, becoming a blood warrior and acquiring the blood river medal, acquiring 100,000 points." The electronic voice said. Luo Feng's face immediately revealed a smile. "Luo Feng." A cold lady's voice suddenly resounded. "Through the virtual universe network, the information I'm about to tell you will touch upon our virtual universe company's secret. Please do not spread it." "Ah!" Luo Feng was stunned. "Yes." Luo Feng reacted. "Secret? What secret? Don't be nervous. Anyone who enters Blood River World will be interrogated by us." The cold lady said, "Since you can become a blood warrior and pay 1 blood river crystal, I estimate you should still have extra on you." Luo Feng was shocked. Blood river crystal. He hadn't even seen any blood river crystals being sold in the treasure trove. Blood river crystals are only found in Blood River World. They are extremely mysterious crystals in the vast universe, and are extremely important. Within our human race, blood river crystals are classified as forbidden items. Forbidden items are items that are absolutely forbidden to be sold the moment someone is found to be selling them. The Virtual Universe Company, Battle Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank, and Universe Galaxy Bank will all immediately act to confiscate the crystals and punish the seller. Luo Feng was shocked. Forbidden item? Just like how the Star Annihilator Cannon was a restricted item in the universe countries, this Blood River Crystal was actually a forbidden item in the entire universe, forbidden to be sold. You obtain the crystals through legal channels. We won't steal them, the cold lady said. However, 1. You definitely cannot sell the crystals to others. You can only use them yourself. If you wish to gift it to others, please first send an application to the Virtual Universe Company. Only after the application is approved can you gift it to others. 2. If you wish to sell the crystals, our Virtual Universe Company will be responsible for purchasing them. 1 crystal will be worth 600 points. Luo Feng's heart pounded. The amount of Blood River crystals was huge. Of course, other places in the vast universe didn't have them. Only Blood River World had them. However, the amount of Blood River crystals in Blood River World was still huge. However, from what this upper echelon of the Virtual Universe Company had said, it was absolutely forbidden to sell them. Even gifting to others require an application. If the application wasn't approved, one couldn't gift it. The Virtual Universe Company has many geniuses. In theory, with so many crystals, giving each genius 3 isn't much. Luo Feng thought. However, obviously, the 5 tycoons of the Virtual Universe Company control it very strictly. Are you willing to sell the crystals? The cold voice said. 600 points for one. Luo Feng currently had close to 10,000 crystals. If he sold them, he could sell them for over 5 million points. My God, this was a huge sum, because according to what Luo Feng knew, the Undyings exchange for one mixed element for 1 point. If I knew earlier, I would have bought more back then. Luo Feng thought. Are you willing to sell the crystals? The cold voice asked again. I don't have many crystals left. I'd like to continue absorbing. Luo Feng said. Ichum. The cold voice didn't continue on this matter. Our conversation ends here. Today's conversation is confidential and must not be leaked. Yes. Luo Feng nodded, following which the electronic voice resounded within the examination cabin. Luo Feng, the examination has ended. You may leave. Simultaneously, the door automatically opened. Standing on the grass, he looked up at the sword-shaped ship swiftly disappearing in space. Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, I dare to guarantee that the crystals definitely have other special uses. If it's just body absorption, just a few crystals, your Virtual Universe Company doesn't have to be so strict, being so stingy with your own geniuses. Babata howled. There's only one answer. The Blood River crystal has other uses, and it's for the absolute warriors amongst the Undyings, and even for the universe country leaders and knights. Hence it's classified as a forbidden item. Babata's horizons were much broader than Luo Feng's. Back then when Babata followed Hu Yin Bo to roam the universe, those battles were mostly against Undyings. Naturally, he saw them more clearly. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Geniuses are geniuses. However, the true pillars of humanity are the great Undyings, like Truyan Emperor and the others, and the even stronger knights and universe country leaders. These eternal beings are the true pillars of humanity in the vast universe. The items they need, you geniuses naturally can't get them directly. Didn't I give you the chance to enter Blood River World? Giving you a chance is already a form of respect. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded, communicating mentally. I understand. I just feel that the crystals are very important, hence I didn't choose to sell them. Close to 10,000 crystals. If he wanted to sell them, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. And maybe when he discovered the other uses of the crystals, he wouldn't even bear to sell them. Selling them is easy, buying them is hard. They're basically restricted items. There's nowhere to buy them. Luo Feng thought. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Region. Luo Feng once again entered and sat in front of his desk. When he opened the treasures on his laptop screen, he discovered that the individual points displayed at the bottom of the screen had changed. Points balance, 184660. It's enough for now. Luo Feng smiled and swiftly opened the techniques section. Very quickly, he found the incomparably expensive time-space scribbles. After tasting its benefits, Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all and immediately chose to buy the first 3 volumes. No choice, there was no way to buy a single volume. He could only do so. Trade successful. After deducting 100,000 points, remaining 84,660 points. Please wait, someone will immediately send the techniques over. 3 notifications appeared consecutively on the page. Looking at his points, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't easy to earn these points. He had spent 80 years before successfully absorbing 3 crystals, and this was with his willpower and determination as he charged into the Whirlpool Core. Otherwise, if he wasn't in the Whirlpool Core, how long would it take to complete the second mission? 100,000 points was indeed hard to earn. The true profit is still the close to 10,000 crystals. Acquiring these crystals is much easier than absorbing the 3 crystals. And the Virtual Universe Company is selling them for 600 points each. I can sell them anytime, but I can't buy them even if I want to. Luo Feng understood too. Only universe-level geniuses had the right to take on this mission. Once they reached the domain lord level, they would be sent out as governors. There was no chance of acquiring crystals at all. Blood River crystals. Their true value is definitely not just 600 points. Wait and see. Maybe they'll surprise me in the future. Chapter 552. After a while, at the entrance of the absolute beginning region. Your Majesty Luo Feng. This is the manual we just received. It was purchased by you. Lady Fox's furry tail waved, simultaneously handing over a briefcase. Thank you. Luo Feng received the silver briefcase. The item was in his hands. This was the third volume of the Time-Space Scribbles that was worth 100,000 points. As Luo Feng already had the first and second volumes, the Virtual Universe Company only gave him the third. Carrying the briefcase, Luo Feng turned and rose into the sky. Luo Feng, you madman, stand there. A loud voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. In the distance, a silver light flew over and landed on the grass. It was the silver-armored black-haired youth Wooka. This Manka Prince's growth was indeed very slow. After so long, he still hadn't truly matured. What are you calling me for? Luo Feng smiled and walked over. We've had a few small gatherings on Star Continent, and even the large gatherings of the absolute beginning members. It's fine if you didn't even attend once. Damn, recently you've even been disappearing in the virtual universe. Wooka said. At the same time, he unhappily punched Luo Feng's chest with a pung sound. Luo Feng's chest trembled slightly as the force dissipated. I've been very busy these past few months, hence I haven't been to the virtual universe. Luo Feng explained. These past few months, 1 was the Beast God statue, 2 was the encounter in Tianshi Palace, hence he hadn't been to the virtual universe for a few months. Ah, Luo Feng. Wooka's expression was mysterious. He said softly, let me tell you a secret. What secret? Luo Feng asked curiously. I just came from the dueling ring and received news that Bolin went to challenge the Sky Bridge again today, Wooka said in a low voice. He went again? Luo Feng was shocked. The third level of the Heavenly Bridge was a threshold, and the higher it got, the harder it got. Floor 1 to 3, Floor 4 to 6, Floor 7 to 9. During his 80 years in Blood River World, Bolin, Long Yun, Rongjun Wooka, Qin Shui, Zhao Laishi, etc. had all chosen their own paths. Their improvement speed was either fast or slow, but they would still occasionally attempt the Heavenly Bridge. Most of the geniuses had improved, but Bolin was on the 6th level back in Primal Chaos City, and in these 80 years, this absolute genius Bolin had been working hard, but he still couldn't pass the 7th level. From this, it could be seen how high the difficulty of the 7th level was. Now, among the people in the same group as him, there were only 3 people who had reached the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge: Bolin, Rongjun, and himself. Bolin and himself had long since reached the 6th level. Rongjun had just broken through in the late 1980s. There are now 4 people on the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge. He tried again. Did he pass? Luo Feng asked. Wooka laughed weirdly and said in a low voice, that proud and aloof fellow failed once 2 years ago. Today, he tried again. However, I still failed. Is this 7th floor so easy to pass? The difficulty of the 6th level to the 7th level is comparable to the difficulty of the 1st to the 6th level combined. Failed? Luo Feng slightly nodded. That was right. These 80 years of his experiences were extraordinary. His 3 doppelgangers trained at the same time, and he also had the Blood River power to increase his comprehension. Yet, he didn't have the confidence to pass the 7th level. Work hard, Wooka said. Rongjun, that savage, has just reached the 6th level not long ago. To reach the 7th level, he'll need at least a few hundred years. Right now, among our batch, he's the fastest to reach the 7th level. Only you and Bolin have hope. Luo Feng, you have to work hard for us absolute beginning 3 heroes. Scram. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh and scold. Absolute beginning 3 heroes? Hearing this name, goosebumps rose all over his body. As within this new batch of geniuses, he Rongjun and Wukka had a good relationship. Along with their exceptional performance, others naturally treated them as a small group. This Prince Wukka, however, was very proud of himself and called himself the absolute beginning three heroes. Luo Feng wasn't used to it. Rongjun too frowned unhappily. However, Wukka was very satisfied. "I won't talk to you anymore. I'll return first," Luo Feng said. "What did you buy?" Wukka looked curiously at the suitcase Luo Feng was carrying. "Time-space scribbles," Luo Feng said. "You bought the third book? That's 100,000 points." Wukka stared, saying, "You're ruthless, you're really rich." Luo Feng didn't speak much and immediately rose into the sky. So, passing through the sky, he quickly returned to his villa. Within his study, Luo Feng sat before his desk, holding his breath as he opened the suitcase. Within the suitcase was a thick metal book. The entire book was 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide, and a shocking 50 centimeters thick. What concept was that? A half-a-meter thick book, much thicker than the first and second books. The entire book still used the golden metal pages, with a total of a few thousand pages. Third book. Luo Feng was like a wolf that saw a sheep, his eyes gleaming. Without caring about anything else, he immediately flipped open the third book and began to study it greedily. The third volume of the time-space scribbles corresponded to the third picture, the rainstorm picture. As he continued to study it, along with the golden-horned beast studying the beast god statue every day, studying tearing sky and land, and focusing on the first claw, it made Luo Feng's rate of improvement in his level obviously increase. As the saying goes, it's easy to learn but hard to master. The surface was easy to comprehend but hard to grasp. Truly comprehending the 108 wonders was the hardest. Luo Feng was currently working hard to have a shallow understanding of the rainstorm picture. Luo Feng, there's mail. It's from the Virtual Universe Company. Within the training grounds, Luo Feng sat crossed-legged on the alloy floor, flipping through the thick time-space scribbles, occasionally controlling the Nanshan armament to train. Countless dark golden blades were dancing in midair. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Shua! Countless golden blades immediately flew like birds returning to their nests, flying back into the dark golden long rod on his back. Mail? Luo Feng immediately tapped space and a screen appeared. On it was the mail he had just received. Secret Region Qualification Battles? Luo Feng looked at the title and thought, immediately opening the mail and reading. The core members of the Virtual Universe Company, from high to low, were split into Primal Region, Absolute Beginning Region, Sky and Land Region, and Last Phase Region. It didn't mean that just because one entered the Absolute Beginning Region from the start, he would be able to stay there forever. In the core, there was intense competition. The weak would be kicked to a lower level. The strong would stay in their own region. Only the stronger ones could enter the higher levels. Competition was always there. If you don't work hard, during the genius battles, you may be the #1 genius and be chosen to enter the primal region. However, if you don't work hard, you may be kicked out of the absolute beginning region in the first qualification battle. The second qualification battle, you may be kicked out of the sky and land region. Resources were limited. Talent was unlimited. As time passed, there would always be new geniuses appearing. If your strength didn't match the level of the absolute beginning region, naturally you'd be kicked out of the sky and land region. Yuxiang Mountain's primal region members, according to their strength, were split into Sector Lord, Domain Lord, and Universe level. Within the primal region, there were 100 Sector Lords, 10 Domain Lords, and 3 Universe levels. Within the absolute beginning region, there were 1,000 Sector Lords, 100 Domain Lords, and 30 Universe levels. Within the Sky and Land region, there were 10,000 Sector Lords, 1,000 Domain Lords, and 300 Universe levels. Last Phase region, core members who failed in the competition would all be swept into the Last Phase region. This was considered the lowest of the core members. Amongst them, the Universe level members would have a qualification battle every 100 years. The Domain Lords would have a qualification battle every 1,000 years. The Sector Lords would have a qualification battle every 100,000 years. As most of the sector lords would be stuck at their limits for a very, very long time, the Virtual Universe Company would hold a genius battle and a hero battle every 10,000 years. Along with the fact that they had specially recruited a few geniuses, there were even some sector lord geniuses that popped up later on. Hence, the sector lord level geniuses were the most numerous. Even though there were only 100 slots, the competition was still crazy. 100 slots for the past few hundred genius battles and hero battles, along with the other rising warriors to fight for it. Luo Feng looked at the screen before him, thinking qualification battles. I'm currently at the universe level. The 100-year qualification battles, there's still 6 years before it starts. Luo Feng thought to himself. Looking at the mail, the competition for the original slots is extremely intense. Not only do you have to fight against people from the same batch, not only do I have to fight against my peers, I have to fight against the seniors from before. The qualification battles are very intense. However, to enter the primal region, other than the qualification battles, there's actually another way. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the mail. Last phase members wanted to enter the sky and land region. Sky and land members wanted to enter the absolute beginning region. Absolute beginning members wanted to enter the primal region. What to do? There were 2 ways. The first was the qualification battles. The second was the Tian Mountain. The qualification battles were a large-scale elimination selection battles. The universe-level members would compete against each other and finally be chosen. The qualification battles happened once every 100 years. And at the sector lord level, it happened once every 100,000 years. However, the Tian Mountain was different. The core members could attempt it at any time. There were a total of 3 mountains: Primal Sky, Absolute Beginning Sky, and Heaven and Earth Sky. If a last phase secret region member successfully passed 3 heavenly mountains in one go, then he would directly become a primitive secret region member. According to the mail, as long as I pass the Primal Sky Mountain, I can immediately enter the primal region. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I'll give it a try. After studying the 3rd volume of Time-Space Scribbles for a month or 2, I've gained some understanding and comprehension of the Rainstorm picture. Unleashing Blade World, I can still maintain it for 30 seconds. In a battle between warriors, 30 seconds is enough. Luo Feng thought, I'll try to pass the Primal Sky Mountain. ******** Virtual Universe, specially opened up a space. Within it was a vast land, and on it were 3 majestic mountains, one taller than the other. This is the Tian Mountain? Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod on his back and looked up at the 3 majestic mountains. The 3 mountains had 2 glowing golden words: Sky and Land, Absolute Beginning Primal, of which the Primal Sky Mountain was even more majestic and tall. So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew straight towards the Primal Sky Mountain. P.S. First chapter here. Tomato promised to fill up the remaining chapters this week. Tomato didn't update on Friday, causing Tomato to accumulate 4 chapters. Saturday also dropped 2 chapters, hence he still owed 2 more. Along with the 2 chapters that were supposed to be updated today, that meant Tomato needed to update 4. He would definitely keep his promises. For chapters today, work hard. Chapter 553. Primal Sky Mountain, 10,000 kilometers tall, majestic and mysterious. It was the tallest mountain in this space, specially created by the virtual universe. A beam of light stopped at the foot of the mountain. It was Luo Feng with the dark golden long rod on his back. Luo Feng looked ahead. In the distance at the foot of the mountain lay a tall and sturdy bullman with a long bullhorn. Beside this bullman was a terrifying huge axe, snoring like thunder, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, following the bull hair on his face, forming a line that dripped onto the dark black rock beside. That bull man seemed to sense something, opening his eyes suspiciously. Looking at Luo Feng, he immediately stood up and laughed. "You're here to attempt the Primal Sky Mountain?" "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. "Haha, there's finally someone to play with me." The bull man laughed, simultaneously raising his head and roaring, white-skinned ape, person. Hurry over. His voice rumbled and resounded. So. From the other two directions at the foot of the primitive, sky-piercing mountain, a human figure flew over. The one on the left was a skinny ape man with golden fur and silver armor. He carried a black bamboo pole on his back. And the one on the right was a demon woman dressed in a translucent robe, with a snake tail and human body. Bull man, ape man, snake man? Luo Feng frowned. The ape man belonged to a large branch of the human race in the universe. The ape man could still be split into many races. In comparison, the bull man's power was weaker than the ape man, and the snake man's numbers were even smaller. Their rarity was only relative. The Nagas were still a common branch of the human race. Finally, someone has come to attempt the primal sky mountain. The skinny ape man crooked his body and laughed oddly. Let me see where he came from. As the seductive snake lady spoke, her terrifying long tongue would occasionally stick out, following which her watery fox-like eyes glanced at Luo Feng. So it's Your Majesty Luo Feng from the absolute beginning region. A newbie dares to challenge Tong Tian Mountain. Person, don't scare him away. The bull man roared, after which he looked at Luo Feng. Your Majesty Luo Feng, the rules to attempt the sky mountain are very simple. You only need to kill from the foot to the peak, killing the guards at the foot, waist, and peak. You're considered to have successfully cleared the heaven-span mountain. The three of us are the guardians of the foot of the mountain. Luo Feng nodded. From a foot of the mountain to the peak. Are you going to try or not? The Minotaur roared. Charge. Luo Feng nodded. Haha, white-skinned ape, let's go. The Minotaur excitedly howled and immediately grabbed the terrifying gigantic axe. With just one step, the entire ground violently shook. In an instant, he rushed in front of Luo Feng. At the same time, the terrifying gigantic axe was already raised and instantly transformed into a dirt-yellow axe blade. Chi-chi, wherever the blade of the axe passed, cracks would appear in the space. The skinny ape man laughed strangely. He stood on the rock, and the black bamboo pole behind him flew out. At the same time, the entire black bamboo pole seemed to instantly elongate. The entire bamboo pole had a total of 9 sections, and each section fell off in an instant, with countless threads connecting it. It formed a weapon that looked like a 9-segmented whip. This was the 3rd-level spirit weapon, Arc Snake. Whoosh! This blurry silhouette immediately dashed out, fast as lightning. Even though it moved later, it actually reached before the Minotaur's huge axe reached Luo Feng, just like a venomous snake biting at Luo Feng. The snake lady snorted, her eyes gleaming with a purple light. Formless spirit energy immediately attacked Luo Feng. In an instant, the Minotaur, skinny ape man, and snake lady attacked simultaneously. In terms of speed, naturally the spirit energy was the fastest. It immediately permeated into Luo Feng's consciousness. Within his consciousness, a vast void pagoda sat within his consciousness. The entire pagoda was even more exquisite, glowing with gold. It had 3 levels of structure. His comprehension of the origin laws had allowed Luo Feng's void pagoda to reach the 3rd-level pagoda. Actually, not long after leaving Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had finally reached the 3rd-level pagoda. After 80 years, to form the 4th-level pagoda, it was obviously still not enough. Rumble! The spirit energy smashed into the void pagoda. It slightly shook, however it wasn't damaged at all. Just this, and you want to injure me? Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, his eyes filled with killing intent. Go and die. Rumble! The dark golden staff behind him instantly shot out countless rays of golden light in all directions. The densely packed dark golden swords shot out countless golden threads, directly connecting to the origin of space and the origin of metal. Under the ingenious combination of the 2 origin laws through the Nanshan armament, the surrounding towering peaks instantly disappeared without a trace. In a vast space, blade energy revolved. Nanshan armament's 6th level. Blade world. Dang. A thread of blade energy immediately clashed with the arc snake that had become a black light, causing it to immediately fly backwards. In the distance, the skinny ape-man with a crooked back immediately went pale. Simultaneously, his expression changed greatly. Nan Shun Armaments Blade World. Simultaneously, he communicated, Ape-man, attack his soul, make his consciousness scatter, and cause the Blade World to collapse. I don't need you to tell me. The Snake Lady's expression was cold. Formless spirit energy once again attacked Luo Feng. Dang! The condensed blade energy. After knocking the arc snake back, it smashed into the Minotaur's huge axe. The Minotaur felt the strong force pass through the huge axe. His entire body trembled, and he couldn't help but fly backwards, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the Snake Lady's spirit energy also made contact with the Void Pagoda in Luo Feng's consciousness. Goa-da! Luo Feng stared at the Minotaur. Xiao! That condensed blade energy followed closely. With a flash, it pierced through the Minotaur's forehead, piercing a hole, and his body fell. The Minotaur dead. The skinny ape-man and Snake Lady both stopped their attacks. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you actually defeated the bull just like that. You've passed the mountain-foot level. The skinny ape-man curled his lips and said, Congratulations. The Snake Lady said, What a powerful illusion. However, it's far from enough to fool me. Break. Luo Feng's heart was cold like a mirror. Seeing through all the illusions, his consciousness was like a blade, becoming a heavenly blade that slashed fiercely at the surrounding scenery. Immediately, the illusion collapsed, and everything vanished. As the illusion vanished, Luo Feng's expression changed. A black stream of light had already arrived in front of him. The Minotaur with blood on the corner of his mouth also roared and rushed over. In the distance, the Lamia revealed a look of surprise. He actually broke through my illusion so quickly. This illusion is terrifying. Luo Feng was shocked within. When he heavily injured the Minotaur earlier, he was already under the illusion. The so-called killing of the Minotaur was just an illusion. It was fake. The Snake Lady's illusion has already reached such a level. The Minotaur and Ape-man are definitely not to be messed with. They clashed head-on with my Blade World earlier. They were only injured but not dead. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Simultaneously, a blood shadow blade and a hexagonal shield appeared in his hands. The resplendent light flashed. Illusionary 7 blades. Dutchman's pipe. Dang! The black light was sliced apart. Die! Within the vast blade world, immediately a thread of blade energy shot straight at the distant Snake Lady. Her expression changed greatly. Roaring, You two are still helping to block it. Simultaneously, a black shield appeared before her. Around it was a snake engraving. As a hypnotist, in terms of controlling spirit weapons, they were much weaker than the controller. The Minotaur roared and rushed over. However, fighter speed was far from the blade energy and spirit weapon speed. Go and die. The ape-man controlled the black arc to attack Luo Feng. Dang, 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 dang. Relying on a shield and blade, even though he was at a disadvantage, he was still able to withstand the attack. Luo Feng's eyes were cold as he resisted. Chi, 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 chi. As he relied on the blade and shield to block the ape-man's spirit weapon. Hence, Luo Feng used all his strength to deal with the Snake Lady. A thread of condensed blade energy madly surrounded and attacked the Snake Lady. In an instant, he attacked over 10 times. Chi. The Snake Lady's spirit weapon control was obviously not as good as her illusion skills. Finally, the blade energy pierced through her head. I can't hold on much longer. Luo Feng's expression changed. As he was distracted with his blade, maintaining the blade world was getting more and more taxing. The Minotaur roared angrily and had already reached before Luo Feng. Xiao! The black light was as fast as lightning, once again reaching before Luo Feng. Dang! Luo Feng immediately condensed blade energy to block the black light. Rumble. The vast blade world collapsed, revealing the many little golden blades that immediately reassembled. Half of the golden blades immediately became a dark golden long blade that immediately shot towards the Minotaur that rushed before Luo Feng. It was the Nan Shun Armament's 5th level. Space Slicer. Go and die. Luo Feng's blood shadow blade immediately unleashed the illusionary 7 blades, Burial. The blade's light was vicious, filled with endless killing intent. The Minotaur roared and swung his axe down. Dang! The dark golden long blade immediately clashed with the huge axe, causing it to immediately explode apart, becoming over 2,000 little golden blades. And the Minotaur's huge axe was deflected to the side, and Luo Feng's blood shadow blade slashed down. Chi! The Minotaur was split in half from head to toe. Block it! As Luo Feng hacked the Minotaur to death, he controlled the hexagonal shield to block the arc snake blacklight behind him. Rumble! The moment the black light clashed with the hexagonal shield, the entire 9-segment whip-like black light actually swung its tail, as fast as lightning, passing through Luo Feng's head. Red and white flew. Luo Feng was dead. Damn, he actually killed 2 of us. The skinny ape-man let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but be shocked. Beside, the Minotaur and Snake Lady revived once again. The Snake Lady watched as Luo Feng's body vanished. Shocked, my hypnosis combined with my talent actually didn't affect him at all. He's just a newbie. And he actually killed 2 of the 3 of us? The Minotaur stared. Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Region. Luo Feng sat in his study. I actually couldn't even pass the foot level. Luo Feng shook his head. At the crucial moment, the Blade World can't be maintained for long enough. Just maintaining the Blade World alone, I can maintain it for 30 seconds. However, using the Blood Shadow Blade Shield while maintaining the Blade World, the duration has obviously shortened by a lot. My comprehension still isn't enough. Luo Feng recalled the battle before, reflecting on his failures after a while. Luo Feng, your teacher True Yin Emperor has requested a call. The fist-sized demon Babata on his shoulder shouted. Chapter 554. Teacher. Luo Feng stood up, his demeanor humble, simultaneously opening the screen. A pavilion built on a huge reef appeared on the screen. True Yin was sitting under the pavilion, holding a cup of wine. Far behind True Yin was a majestic and dazzling palace. There were 2 large golden words on the palace. True Yin. That should be teacher's shrine on Thunder Island. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng. On the screen, True Yin smiled and shouted. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. You've received the mail from the Virtual Universe Company, right? True Yin said, his eyes filled with a teasing glint. Do you really want to make it into the primal region? Luo Feng nodded, after which he shook his head helplessly. Teacher, I've read the mail and found out. To rise to the primal region, there's the qualification battles and the Sky Mountain. I'll just try the primal Sky Mountain. True Yin spat out the wine in his mouth. The golden fur was all smiles. You said you tried the primal Sky Mountain? Luo Feng nodded. You failed? Luo Feng nodded. It'll be weird if I didn't fail. True Yin couldn't help but laugh and scold. Looks like you don't know anything about the Sky Mountain. I just read the mail and found out about it. Luo Feng said. True Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are 3 Sky Mountains. The core members can challenge them anytime. As long as they pass, they can immediately enter the higher regions. It sounds nice. However, do you think the difficulty is a joke? Your genius competition's 7 towers. Do you still remember? Luo Feng nodded. He had died in the 1st level of the 6th tower. Bolin, however, had made it to the 1st level of the 7th tower. One theory. The 7 tower standard is that there's almost no hope of passing. True Yin said, this Sky Mountain is the same. The difficulty is extremely high. You want to pass it and enter the primal region? Let me put it this way. Even if all the universe level members of the primal region tried, none of them would be able to pass it. Luo Feng was shocked. Not a single member of the primitive mystic realm could pass the primitive Heavenspan Mountain. Do you understand? If you can clear the primordial Heavenspan Mountain, that means that you're stronger than primordial mystic realm members at the same level. Of course, it will directly raise you to the primitive mystic realm. Tru Yin said, as for how difficult it is, you've tried it yourself. Which level did you fail at? The foot of the mountain? Mountainside? The top of the mountain? At the foot of the mountain, Luo Feng was a bit ashamed. I killed 2, but failed. It's not bad to be able to kill 2 of them. How long have you been nurtured by the virtual company? Tru Yin said, as for the difficulty of the primitive Heavenspan Mountain, there are 3 guardians at the foot of the mountainside, and the mountaintop. The gatekeepers are fighters, spirit reader controllers, and illusionists. 3 against 1. Even if the 3 of them are slightly weaker than you, when the 3 of them work together, they can complement each other. Tru Yin said, the guardian on the mountainside is 10 times stronger than the guardian at the foot of the mountain. There are 10 times more guardians on the mountaintop than on the mountainside. Luo Feng stared. How can that be? Doesn't that mean that the guardian at the top of the mountain is 100 times stronger than the guardian at the bottom? Right, 100 times. Tru Yin nodded. When I unleash the Blade World, I can maintain it for 30 seconds. To be able to unleash the Blade World at Universe Level 9 in the vast universe, it should be considered the pinnacle. Luo Feng was clear of his own position. Tru Yin nodded. It's considered the pinnacle. I'm still lacking when I pass the foot of the mountain. The guardian at the mountaintop is 100 times stronger than the foot. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, how can a Universe Level 9 pass? It was unimaginable. In the Universe Level 9, there were still people that were 100 times stronger than him. He could unleash the Blade World, and his willpower and consciousness could resist the illusions. Right, how can I pass? Tru Yin laughed too. Hence, even the universe-level members of the primal region have no way of passing. Luo Feng was shocked. The primitive Heavenspan Mountain is just a benchmark. It's placed there for others to look up to make them feel like they have a goal, to not be arrogant at all times. Tru Yin said, hence, to rise to the primal region, the qualification battles are the true way. Teacher, Luo Feng's heart moved. On the screen, Tru Yin looked at Luo Feng. Has anyone passed the primal Heavenspan Mountain? Luo Feng asked. Yes, of course, and there's quite a few. Tru Yin smiled and nodded. The universe is vast. The number of humans is uncountable. Those with heavenly luck and special encounters. Their personalities are resilient. Their comprehension is extremely high. Their backgrounds are extremely good. What's there not to have? In a long history, how many geniuses have there been? You and Bolin are only geniuses that appear once in 10,000 years. And how long has the primal universe been around? In the endless years, there have been geniuses that are 10 times, 100 times stronger than you and Bolin. There have been. Tru Yin shook his head. The chances of geniuses becoming absolute warriors are extremely high. However, there are still large groups of geniuses that fall. The ones that were from the same era as me, of course earlier than me by tens of thousands of years. There was one called Kudi, known as the number 1 genius of over 100 million years. Universe level, domain lord, sector lord, these 3 periods, he passed the primal Heavenspan Mountain. His encounters were miraculous, incredibly heavenly, and in the alien battlefield, he made the other races tremble. As a sector lord, he was able to kill an official level undying. A group of universe country leaders and knights fought to take him as a disciple. Finally, the primal Chaos City leader took him as a disciple. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Even a primal Heavenspan Mountain became a joke? A sector lord killing an official level undying? A group of universe country leaders and knights fighting to take him as a disciple? It was madness. And in the end, Tru Yin shook his head. In a universe secret region, he immediately fell. When he died, he was a sector lord pinnacle. Luo Feng blinked. To say someone is a genius in a galaxy, he is indeed the number 1 genius. However, in a starfield, In a universe country? In an entire human race? True Yin smiled. Even if you are the number one genius of the human race, that's only for a certain period of time. 10,000 years, 10,000 eras, up to 100 million eras, the entire history of humanity? Who do you think you are? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. One should be confident, but not arrogant. True Yin shook his head. That Bolin was too arrogant. What he didn't know was that group of universe country leaders didn't even think much of him. His long lifespan allowed the universe country leaders to see many geniuses comparable to Bolin. I understand. I will work hard. Others can pass the primal heaven span mountain. I will work hard too, Luo Feng said. On the screen, True Yin was stunned, after which he nodded. This time I found you is to remind you of some matters regarding the qualification battles. True Yin said, the qualification battles will first be your absolute beginning region's internal battles. The absolute beginning region has a total of 38 universe level members, the original 30, along with you 8 newbies. Luo Feng nodded. The 38 battle will decide the strongest 3. Only the strongest 3 have the right to fight with the people from the primitive secret realm. Of course, there are very few who succeed. True Yin said, what I'm about to talk about now is your absolute beginning region's 38 internal battles. You, Rongjun, and the other 8 are all newbies. And the absolute beginning universe level seniors have been nurtured by the virtual universe company for at least 1,000 years, some even thousands. True Yin said, right now amongst these 30 seniors, there are 5 on the heavenly bridge level 7, 25 on the 6. Luo Feng stared. This 30 seniors, 5 of them on the heavenly bridge level 7? The rest were all on the heavenly bridge level 6? Don't be surprised if Wuka and the rest train for another 1,000 years. They will all at least reach the heavenly bridge level 6. True Yin said, time, this is the power of time. Your talents may be high, but they have trained longer. Why haven't they broken through to domain lord after so long? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. It was too much of bully. The newbies were being trampled on. Out of the 30 seniors, 5 actually passed the heavenly bridge level 7. Bottleneck, to these geniuses, they can definitely pass it in 1,000 years. True Yin poured a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. He said while pouring, however, at the universe level, one can take on missions to earn points. And with a stronger foundation, one's future accomplishments will naturally be higher. Since one's lifespan is long, what's a few thousand years in the universe level? Nobody is stupid. They all take the chance to earn points. And because of this, every 100 years, they can at most take on 10 missions. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of times you can accept the safe, normal, difficult, dangerous, and impossible level cultivation missions for each level. True Yin said, that's right. This is too much of a bully. Luo Feng couldn't help but say, they too are newbies. True, Yin said on the screen. You're still fine. Staying in the absolute beginning region is no problem. However, Wuka and the rest from the Manka planet, they'll probably be eliminated from the sky and land region. Luo Feng was silent. Your biggest opponents are those 5, the 5 that passed the heavenly bridge level 7. True Yin said, 5? The 5 warriors of the 30 seniors? Luo Feng frowned. 5 warriors. Those 5 had at least Wuka level 1 talent. They had trained for a long time. They had definitely taken on many missions. They were definitely very experienced. Work hard. Your opponents are them. True Yin said, this is your first qualification battle. Making it into the primal region isn't very likely. My request for you is to make it into the top 3 of the absolute beginning region. After the call ended, Luo Feng sat in the study for a while. My earlier plan was to make it into the primal region this time. The seniors in the absolute beginning region are actually that strong. Teacher wants me to make it into the top 3? Luo Feng thought. A soldier that doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. If I don't even dare think about entering the primal region, I'd be too useless. This time, I have to make it into the primal region. 6 years, there's still 6 years. Luo Feng thought. As for the next 6 years, he had already given up on his original plan. The new plan, Luo Feng already had some vague ideas. My biggest advantage. I'll use my biggest advantage to maximize my strength. P.S. Chapter 3 has arrived. Damn, today's second chapter is actually late. I'm missing a chapter. Damn, it never rains. Tomato said he'd definitely complete it this week. Today's 5th chapter. It'll definitely be 5th. Even if I don't sleep at night, I'll do it. I'll also get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Those who support Tomato. Chapter 555. What was Luo Feng's greatest advantage right now? Right claw infused with 97 blood river crystals of the golden horned beast, the beast god statue, the 3 ancient pictures, tearing sky and land. These 4 combinations. Before going to Blood River World, Luo Feng's greatest advantage was the Masha Clansman, the 9 universe tablet, and time-space scribbles. The Masha Clansman used it to study the space laws. Of course, it was fast. Previously, it had caused Luo Feng's gold origin laws comprehension to lag behind his space origin laws. But now it was different. The Golden Horned Beast was originally the darling of the universe gold laws. Through its right claw, when it unleashed the first claw, its compatibility with the universe laws increased by close to 10 times. Even though the Golden Horned Beast itself was sick, with a high starting point after 10 times, its compatibility with the space laws wasn't any weaker than the Masha Clansman. With this comprehension and compatibility, training tearing sky and land, how shocking would that be? This technique was after all created by the Golden Horned Beast's ancestors. It was very suitable for the Golden Horned Beast to train. The beast god statue and the 3 ancient pictures were all very profound. However, they didn't have a detailed training process. And tearing sky and land had a detailed training process. Comparing them, the Golden Horned Beast's improvement speed was shocking just from studying the first claw of tearing sky and land. Especially in the past few months since he acquired the beast god statue, his improvement speed made Luo Feng speechless. In terms of training, my greatest advantage is the first claw. In terms of battle, my true advantage is that I'm both a spirit reader and fighter. Luo Feng very quickly sorted out his thoughts. The Masha Clansman originally wanted to train the illusionary techniques, then, along with the Golden Horned Beast, I'll focus on Burial of the illusionary 7 blades. Burial and the first claw. In terms of origin law usage, they were relatively close. This was why Burial was the Masha Clansman's strongest blade. I'll fight in close combat with my opponent, while simultaneously controlling my spirit weapon. Before, when I passed through Sky Mountain, I relied on this move to kill those 2. Luo Feng thought. In terms of close combatability, Luo Feng could rely on his blade to block the Bull Man and the Ape Man's spirit weapon. He was only at a slight disadvantage, and when he used the 5th level of the Nan Shan armament, the spatial laceration, it was directly shattered by the Minotaur's axe. Only the 6th level, independent world, had the ability to suppress the opponent. My close combat strength is weaker than my spirit weapons, but it's not too far off. Recently, I've been focusing on Burial, and with the help of Tearing Sky Claw, my improvement will definitely be very fast. Luo Feng laughed. He had unleashed the Nan Shan armament, and was evenly matched with his opponent. At the crucial moment, he wielded the Blood Shadow Blade in close combat. This was like 2 against 1. Just how strong was Luo Feng's close combat ability? No one really knew. Even True, Yin was still stuck at the blade technique he used back in Primal Chaos City, when Luo Feng passed the Heavenly Bridge. At that time, his close combat strength, compared to the spirit weapon, was much weaker. Time passed quickly. The pinnacle of humanity's universe-level geniuses were all preparing for the upcoming qualification battles. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha Clansman respectively studied the first claw, Burial, time-space scribbles, the 9 universe tablet, the memories of the 9 black fire planets, etc., etc. Everything was mutually corroborating. Accumulating any doubts, he had to ask his teacher True, Yin Emperor, at one go. Luo Feng. How did he improve so quickly? Luo Feng. Are you sure you can unleash this page of the time-space scribbles, this technique? Why don't you show me first? Tru Yin watched Luo Feng succeed and couldn't help but stare. Madness. How is his improvement speed so much faster than in Blood River World? Tru Yin was shocked. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. Half a year after returning from Blood River World. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge space. In the center of the beautiful island, the Black Star-robed watchman Bevan was shocked as he looked at Luo Feng, who appeared out of thin air. Luo Feng, ever since you passed the 6th level the last time, you haven't been able to do anything. You haven't been here for so many years, right? Yes. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Past the 7th level? Bevan smiled. HM. Luo Feng nodded. You look very confident. Bevan smiled and pointed into the distance. There's no one on the 9-universe heavenly bridge right now. I wish you luck in passing the 7th level. If you do, you'll truly be ahead of Bolin. I believe I can succeed. Luo Feng smiled and became a beam of light, rushing towards the distant 9-universe heavenly bridge, following which he swiftly flew up level by level. The 7th level was in the endless space. The bridge extended directly into space, and at the end of the 7th level floated a small meteorite with a diameter of a few kilometers. Luo Feng, dressed in a dark red armor, stood on the bridge, looking at the floating meteorite. Choose your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one and defeat him to pass the 7th level. A hoarse voice resounded from within the meteorite. Controller, Luo Feng said. Pa! A piece of rock broke off from the edge of the meteorite and landed on the bridge. As it rolled on the bridge, it transformed into a controller wearing a blue battle suit and a silver mask. He rode on a dark cloud shuttle and carried a dark golden staff on his back. Universe Level 9 Youth, it's been a long time since I've seen you. The blue-armored man's voice was old. I wouldn't have come if I wasn't confident. Luo Feng said. Very good. The blue-armored man stood on the dark cloud shuttle and roared. Let me see just how much you've improved to actually be so confident. Rumble. The dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out tens of thousands of gold lights. In an instant, countless little golden blades shot out in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding land and skies began to change. And standing in the distance on his dark cloud shuttle, Luo Feng's dark golden long rod too shot out tens of thousands of gold lights. The two did the same thing. The land and skies around them began to change too. Rumble, rumble. In this vast world, only blade energy revolved. This was the blade world. The blue-clothed man's blade world clashed with Luo Feng's blade world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two worlds clashed. Countless blade energy clashed. Your improvement is shocking. However, your control of the blade world is still weaker than mine. The blue-armored man pointed at Luo Feng. Go, Xiao. A thread of golden blade energy condensed before the blue-armored man and shot straight at Luo Feng. My control of the blade world is weaker. Luo Feng was very confident within. Actually, 2 months ago, he'd already been able to form a stable blade world. The reason why he dragged it out for 2 months was because he wanted to completely control the blade world. Even when he was multitasking, he could still maintain the stability of the blade world. The reason his control was weaker was because he was multitasking. Only a portion of his consciousness was controlling the Nanshan armament. Let's see how it goes. Then I'll use all my strength to control the Nanshan armament now. If I can win without close combat, then there's no need for it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The entire blade world around him rumbled, almost like it was getting stronger. It immediately pressed against the other blade world, simultaneously pointing over. Go. A thread of golden blade energy shot straight at the distant blue-armored man. Chi! Chi! The two threads of condensed blade world energy formed an incredibly sharp blade energy that clashed against each other and were destroyed. The further it was from the body, the weaker the control of the blade world was. Hence, he always condensed the blade energy in front of him. That way, its power was the strongest. Chi! Chi! The two threads of golden blade energy clashed again and were destroyed. Blue Armored Man, you've lost for sure. After trying 2 attacks, Luo Feng didn't hold back anymore. He roared coldly and pointed at the distant Blue Armored Man. Xiao! A thread of golden blade energy shot at the Blue Armored Man. It's no use. Go back and train. Your strength is similar to mine. Train for another 3 years, and you might be able to suppress me. Train for another 10 years before you can defeat me. The Blue Armored Man controlled another thread of golden blade energy to block Luo Feng's attack. Humph. Luo Feng looked coldly at the Blue Armored Man. Who? The thread of golden blade energy Luo Feng controlled actually dodged in midair. It didn't even block the Blue Armored Man's blade energy attack. As it dodged, it continued to shoot at the Blue Armored Man. What? The Blue Armored Man's expression changed. Then let's risk it all and die together. The two controllers clashed, especially with the Blade World. The two could only condense one thread of blade energy with their full strength. It was like two people wielding 2 blades. If you want to slash me, I'll naturally use my blade to block. This would result in a clash. If one of them was strong enough, while blocking the other, he would kill the other. Then it would be considered a success. In Luo Feng's current actions, when the opponent slashed at him, he didn't block at all. He immediately slashed at the opponent's neck. This was the actions of a death warrior. This was called mutual destruction. Xiao. Luo Feng controlled the golden blade energy to immediately reach before the Blue Armored Man. The blade energy's speed was much faster than the Dark Cloud Shuttle. Xiao. The golden blade energy also reached before Luo Feng. The two met with danger simultaneously. However, their methods were completely different. A shield appeared before the Blue Armored Man, and he used spirit energy to block. Break! Luo Feng held a shield in one hand and a blood shadow blade in the other. With a roar, the blood shadow blade in his hand immediately caused the surrounding space pressure. Even with the blade world energy around him, this blade was filled with ferocity and was shockingly fast. The edge of the blade glowed with a gold light and immediately slashed at the golden blade energy. Rumble. Luo Feng's entire body felt the recoil, and he couldn't help but retreat 10 m. The energy within him boiled. However, the golden blade energy had already been sliced apart. Chi, chi, chi. And on the Blue Armored Man's side, Luo Feng controlled the golden blade energy to be as fast as lightning. The shield's movement speed couldn't keep up with the blade energy at all. It brushed past him twice, and the third time it pierced through his head. The Blue Armored Man's body fell. Luo Feng looked at the Blue Armored Man's body and said softly, "You have a blade world, so do I. And my blade and the Nanshan armament aren't too far apart." Heavenly Bridge's 7th level passed. Bolin, I'm ahead. Luo Feng revealed a smile and rushed into the sky towards the 8th level. Chapter 556. At the end of the 8th level of the Heavenly Bridge, Luo Feng looked at the floating meteorite before him. Even though the Heavenly Bridge only has 3 levels and 1 checkpoint, the further it goes, the harder it gets. Like the 19th, 20th, and 21st levels, after passing the 21st level, one would become a knight, Universe Country Leader level Eternal Being. The 20th to 21st levels are incomparably difficult. The 7th to 8th levels might not be as difficult as the 6th to the 7th. However, it would definitely be much harder than the 5th to 6th. To be able to attempt the 8th level at Universe Level 9, you are very outstanding. Right now, among the Universe level members of the Virtual Universe Company, only one has ever successfully passed the 8th level. The Blue Armored Man stood on the Dark Cloud Shuttle, his eyes beneath the mask gleaming with a smile. Receive my attack. Rumble. The Blue Armored Man's dark golden long rod immediately shot out tens of thousands of gold lights. Luo Feng too simultaneously unleashed the Nanshan armament. Countless little golden blades shot in all directions, immediately drawing upon the space and gold origin laws. The sky and land changed color. In an instant, both sides were surrounded by a vast blade energy space. It was still the 6th level. Own world. Rumble. The blue-armored man controlled his blade world and fiercely smashed over. Immediately the skies and land cracked. The blade world actually began to crumble, and the blue-armored man's blade world swiftly expanded. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. So, he immediately became a beam of light, wielding the blood shadow blade and rushing at the blue-armored man. Chi. Right before Luo Feng's eyes, a pale golden blade energy formed and pierced through his head. Luo Feng died. The 8th level failed. I actually lost just like that. Luo Feng sat in his study, still shocked. According to the information I've read, this should be the Blade World's omnipresence level. The Nanshin Armament's 6th level Blade World. This was extremely terrifying. Just like the first level Illusion Blade, it was split into 1, 2, all the way to 9 blades. The logic was the same. The Blade World had its differences too. Luo Feng was only at the initial level of control. He could condense a thread of blade energy, and it had to be close to him, because the further the distance, the weaker his control. Luo Feng had no way of condensing blade energy as he wished. However, the opponent on the 8th level could do it easily. He immediately condensed a thread of blade energy in front of Luo Feng, immediately killing him. This required one to reach the level of being able to control the world of swords as they pleased. Only then would they be able to make sword chi omnipresent. There's nothing to say about my defeat. The sword energy can be everywhere. I can't even defend against it. Even though he successfully passed the 7th level, Luo Feng wasn't arrogant at all. He continued to concentrate on his training. Virtual Universe Heavenly Bridge Plane. Watchman Bevan's eyes widened as he muttered, "There are billions of races in the universe, and I've seen enough geniuses. But this Luo Feng actually surpassed Bolin. Bolin's talent had shocked countless people in the past. Interesting, this is really interesting." After which, Bevan sent the news of Luo Feng passing the 7th level to those related to him. Also, the Absolute Beginning and Primal Region Universe level members. He sent it to all of them. Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Area, Long Yun's training grounds. In the vast and boundless training field, Long Yun knelt on the ground and punched the alloy floor again and again. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook. However, Long Yun's expression was solemn as he punched the alloy floor again and again, creating many craters. I said before, I would proudly return to the Lan Ting Universe country. I said before, I would become an absolute warrior of the universe. I said before, I would always improve and remain in the primal region. Long Yun gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Why was Luo Feng so close to me back then? However, now, I've only passed the 5th level, and he's already passed the 7th? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Long Yun gritted his teeth. Calm. I have to calm down. Long Yun closed his eyes and muttered softly, "Yes, one step at a time. I can't let Luo Feng affect my state of mind. If my state of mind is chaotic, I'm destined to fail. I have to be calm. Long Yun was a very low-profile person. No one dared to look down on him. He was silent. He was a lone wolf. His talent in Luo Feng's genius competition may only be ranked 20th or 30th. However, his improvement speed was no less than Wooka's. Similarly, in the primal region, within Bolin's villa, Bolin was wielding a blood blade, casually waving it around. Suddenly he frowned and gently tapped in mid-air. A screen appeared, and on it he opened a mail. Luo Feng successfully passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Bolin read out softly, after which he stood motionless. Ha! The blood blade in his hand actually fell to the ground. The sound of it clashing caused Bolin to wake up abruptly. He passed. Surpassed me? Bolin didn't even care about the blood swords on the ground as he silently walked to his residence. After entering the quiet room, he sat down cross-legged and stared at a framed photo in the quiet room. A photo of an old man teaching a young man how to practice swordsmanship. Quietly sitting, not making a sound. The Absolute Beginning region had a very crowded place. The arena, the dual arena, was an open arena within the Absolute Beginning region. There would often be geniuses fighting each other there, even placing bets. Of course, it was mostly the two sides who placed bets. After all, the death in the virtual universe was fake, and others didn't dare place bets casually. Your Majesty, I think you should give up. Your Majesty Wooka, you've already lost 8 matches today. If you keep fighting, you'll still lose. The group of universe-level absolute beginning members watching from the side of the arena were all laughing and joking. In the arena, Wooka laid in the corner. His head was full of fresh blood. He lay there panting heavily. All of you shut up. With a loud roar, Wooka, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. His face was stained with blood as he glared at the crowd below the stage. I'm not dead yet. After which, he stared at the silver-scaled youth standing in the distance. The silver-scaled youth coldly snorted and said, Your Highness, you've already lost 8 matches in a row. I think it's better for you to leave the arena. Bullshit, Wooka roared. Rumble. With a stomp of his foot, he appeared several dozen meters in front of the silver-scaled youth as if he had teleported. 2 short axes appeared in his hands out of thin air, and he swung one of them at the silver-scaled youth. Oomph! The silver-scaled youth instantly flickered, leaving behind hundreds of phantoms. With a boom, the silver-scaled youth directly grabbed one of Wooka's arms and swung it, ruthlessly smashing Wooka's entire body into the ground. Scram! The short axe in Wooka's other hand directly chopped off his own arm that had been grabbed, following which the axe chopped horizontally towards the silver-scaled youth, causing the youth's expression to drastically change. At the same time, he leapt backwards at lightning speed to dodge, but the axe still left a wound on his chest, from which fresh blood flowed out. Ha ha! Wooka stood there, his left hand grabbing the axe. His right arm was broken and fresh blood flowed, yet he laughed loudly, raising the axe with his left hand and pointing at the youth. Mo-E-Lin, you idiot, didn't you say arrogantly that I couldn't even hurt you, huh? The youth grit his teeth and stared at Wooka. You madman. Ha ha, madman. Our absolute beginning 3 heroes Luo Feng is the madman. I still can't be considered one. Wooka laughed loudly, after which he turned to look at the group below the arena, pointing below. All of you listen up, the 8 of us are newbies. Don't you just train a few thousand years more than us? What's there to be proud about? All of you are still so proud, saying that I, Wooka, can't even hurt a single one of you? I've only passed the 5th level, you've all passed the 6th. Don't look down on us newbies. Wooka said, and immediately jumped off the arena. There's a group of people standing at the side of the arena. 8 of them were gathered together. The leader was a man dressed in a silver-gray long robe. That cold voice said, Wooka, you're indeed from the Manka planet. Fierce enough. However, you must know that newbies are newbies. In this qualification battle, the 8 of you will have to go to the sky and land region. There are a few tens of people who have reached the 6th level in the region. This group of universe-level geniuses all receive the mail. They all receive the mail? Who sent it? Let's take a look. The group of universe-level geniuses from the absolute beginning region all open the mail to read. What, the 7th level? Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng of the 8 newbies? A few of the geniuses couldn't help but exclaim. The 6th to 7th level was simply too difficult, even amongst these geniuses who had trained for thousands of years. Only 5 of them had reached the 7th level. The rest were all at the 6th level. Luo Feng? Wooka, who was preparing to leave, heard this and immediately opened the mail. Looking at the contents, he immediately stared wide-eyed in joy, following which he pointed at the group of seniors and laughed loudly. You bunch of idiots, see? What's a genius? What's a true genius? So what if we're newbies? We've only trained for about 100 years, so what? But we can pass the 7th level of the Sky Crossing Bridge. So what? Haha, remember this name, Luo Feng. It's on the 3 absolute beginning heroes, Luo Feng. Wooka laughed loudly. The group of seniors were all silent. Luo Feng? The silver-gray long-robed man squinted, glancing at the distant blood-dyed, axe-wielding Wooka who was leaving. To be able to pass the 7th level, I'll have to take a good look. This time, when I attempt the primal region, this Luo Feng is already a threat. The Glory region, controlled by the Universe Mercenary Alliance, was similar to the Virtual Universe Company's Primal region and Absolute Beginning region, etc., that had been excavated and modified. Within the Glory region, there was a desolate, huge planet. It was called the Prison Battlefield. A man whose eyes gleamed with a fierce green light. His skinny face was covered in thick yellow fur. His entire being was like a wild wolf as he laid on a rock and looked into the distance. Suddenly he frowned, his brown eyes gleaming with a green light. Luo foam? This batch of newbies sure are powerful. However, this primal region slot is mine. 5 chapters were completed. The promise was fulfilled. Writing it made his back ache. Pulling down the monthly and recommendation votes. Tomato was in desperate need of votes, monthly and recommendation votes. Please support Tomato. Chapter 557. Virtual Universe, Primal Region. Boland's training grounds was a land of ice and snow. The snow was enough to cover a person's knees. Boland sat crossed-legged in the snow. Only his upper body was exposed, his eyes closed. Boland, a cold voice resounded. What? Boland stood up, the snow scattered all around. He turned and looked behind. A tall and skinny man with narrow eyes like a venomous snake, his entire body emanating origin law ripples appeared in the snow. Looking down at Boland. Luo Foam is already past the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Why? Are you hurt? Teacher. Boland bowed slightly, not saying much. Primal Region members were specially assigned with an Undying to teach them, and, according to the needs of the Primal Region members, they could change to different Undying teachers. The one before him was an official level Undying. Foolish, laughably foolish. The man's cold gaze swept past Boland. You still foolishly insist on your initial thoughts. Teacher, I've thought it through. Boland bowed. Speak. The cold man said. I admit I was arrogant in the past. I trusted myself too much. Boland said solemnly. The Universe Primal Chaos at Tablet Training. I've decided to walk the Space Origin Law path. That's the wisest decision. The cold man revealed a smile. Just like when parents make decisions for their children, the children will be stubborn. However, when they grow up, they will find out that the path their parents gave them was actually the right one. One theory. Boland's decisions were usually wise. When he was young, many warriors weren't as smart as him. His choices were always right. However, on the question of which tablet to choose for Primal Chaos City, the ones who gave Boland suggestions were all Undyings, even the Universe Country leaders who were worried about the geniuses falling. The Undyings and even the Universe Country leaders, how high were their standards? With their long lifespans, how many geniuses had they seen? Their suggestions were actually able to withstand the test of time. Maybe, if Boland persevered, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years later, he too could become an absolute warrior amongst the Undyings. However, Luo Feng of the same generation would have long since left him behind. Your space talent is the most ridiculous I've ever seen. The cold man said coldly, even compared to the legendary geniuses, just comparing space talent, you're considered top-notch. Your decision now is very wise. You should rejoice that you have Luo Feng as your opponent from the same generation. Because he woke you up, said the gloomy man. Boland was silent, but his eyes were suffused with a trace of special light. Luo Feng? Since you've made your choice, you can start following my teaching plan, the man said. The Universe Primal Chaos Tablet cultivated both space and time. But even after hundreds of millions of years, how many people could develop time and space at the same time and improve at the same speed? Therefore, there are 3 ways to comprehend the Universe Primal Chaos Tablet. The first was to use time as the main factor and space as a supplementary factor. One was based on space, with time as a supplement. The first was a combination of time and space cultivation. The third option would be the most ridiculous if it succeeded. Boland had chosen the third option previously. But now, he had chosen to walk the path of space and time. He chose the right path. The speed of his improvement was truly astonishing. Luo Feng, hurry over. Madman, come to Wuka. While flipping through the third volume of the Time-Space Scribbles, Luo Feng, who was seriously pondering, received emails from Wuka and Rongjun. The two were worried about disturbing his training, hence they sent emails. Based on Luo Feng's situation, the virtual assistant, Babata, will tell Luo Feng that there's a mail. The two of them are in such a rush to find me? Luo Feng smiled and shook his head, after which he leaped out of the balcony and flew into mid-air, rushing toward Wuka's villa not too far away. Within the living room, Wuka and Rongjun sat there. On the table before them was good wine. Madman is here. Rongjun stood up. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Wuka was the first to rush out, welcoming Luo Feng and giving him a fierce bear hug. What? Luo Feng was shocked, dodging to the side and smiling at Wuka, so passionate. Madman, you're simply too awesome. Wuka grabbed Luo Feng's hand and directly dragged him into the living room. Luo Feng looked at the fine wine on the table, especially the two complicated words thunderstorm on the jade bamboo. He couldn't help but be shocked as he exclaimed, Wuka, you miser, you're actually willing to buy thunderstorm wine? Thunder rain wine. In reality, even Truyan Emperor wouldn't be willing to casually drink it. Even in the virtual universe, one bottle of Thunder Rain wine was worth 32 mixed elements. That was equivalent to one bottle of wine, drinking the entire fortune of Sector Lord, 10 galaxies worth of territory. However, amongst Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka was without a doubt the wealthiest. There was no choice who asked his father to have such a high position. Wuka's father was one of the top few in the Savage Universe country. However, even so, he didn't dare spend so much money. What's one bottle of wine? Wuka passionately opened the black heavywood cork of the jade bamboo wine flask and poured some wine for Luo Feng. The wine was translucent, and there seemed to be crystal clear dewdrops floating within. Also, the dewdrops in the wine even had threads of electricity circulating within them. Even though this Thunder Rain wine didn't have the miraculous effects of changing one's genes in reality. However, from the body and soul's point of view, it was exactly the same. Drinking Thunder Rain wine in the virtual universe was an extremely extravagant act. Isn't it just one bottle of wine, brother? You've passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. That's awesome, awesome, awesome. Wuka couldn't help but shout. You all know? Luo Feng was stunned. Madman, you're very shameless. Beside, Rongjun, who was enjoying the taste of the Thunder Rain wine, couldn't help but say, Yes, shameless. You didn't even tell us about this. Luckily, the watchman Bevan sent us a mail. Wuka said, Damn. Luo Feng stared. This Bevan actually, this mail came at the right time. Wuka said, You didn't see it. Ever since the Virtual Universe Company sent a mail a while ago, it wrote some information about the qualification battles. In the past, the Absolute Beginning region was still peaceful. However, after that mail, the atmosphere within the Absolute Beginning region became much more violent. Everyone's fighting, afraid of being kicked into the sky and land region. Wuka shook his head. Those seniors all look down on us 8 newbies. I don't like them, hence I often fight with them. Often fight? Luo Feng was stunned. Wuka had only passed the 5th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and of the universe level 30 seniors, 5 had passed the 7th level, and the other 25 had passed the 6th. Why? We can't fight? Us Manca people don't lower our heads and admit defeat. If we lose for now, we'll return and fight again. Wuka snorted coldly. That group of idiots, they all think they're infallible, but in the end they were still injured by me. However, this isn't even that satisfying. What's satisfying is, when the group of them saw the mail, they saw that you had passed the 7th level. You didn't see their expressions. It was amazing. Many of them were shocked with their eyes wide open, some even exclaiming that it was impossible. Wuka laughed loudly. Back then, I was laughing maniacally, teasing them. They couldn't even retort. That was satisfying. I went back to buy some Thunder Rain wine to reward the great hero of us newbies, and also the number 1 of our batch of newbies. Temporarily number 1. Beside, Rongjun revealed a smile, looking at Luo Feng. HM, temporarily number 1. Wuka nodded. Luo Feng laughed. The reason why his relationship with Wuka and Rong Jun was good was because they all had something similar in their bones, never admitting defeat. Maybe they might temporarily fall behind, but they wouldn't give up. Instead, they would constantly improve. Wuka, Rong Jun, I'm preparing to continue taking on missions, Luo Feng said. However, I know very little about them. Do you have any suggestions? The missions, of course, the higher the difficulty, the more shocking the points. Wuka said, I have some suggestions. I've already completed all 10 of these 100 years. Rong Jun said, this was what my teacher told me. The three began to discuss. Luo Feng's plan was to first pass the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, after which he would make use of the time to do the missions, going through a series of battles in reality. There were also some special cultivation mission environments to sharpen himself and improve himself. After the Blood River World mission, after getting a huge benefit, Luo Feng no longer treated the missions as normal. Behind every mission world, there might be some hidden benefits. It all depended on whether or not he could get it. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to do his best. As the three chatted, Luo Feng had a clearer plan on how to choose his missions. This wine is really good. This feeling is even better than breaking through to the universe level, the feeling of life changing. Luo Feng closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body and the comfort of his soul. Of course, this was all simulated in the virtual universe. If it was the real Thunder Rain wine, Wuka and the others wouldn't be able to afford it. Only True Yin Emperor and Tong Nin Emperor, those powerful beings, would only be able to afford it once in countless years. The wine is really good. I should go to class too. Today's class is taught by an Emperor level Undying. It suits me very well. Luo Feng stood up. HM, I won't send you off. You go. Rong Jun and Wuka laid on the sofa, reminiscing the taste of the Thunder Rain wine, not willing to get up at all. One had to work hard during training. The occasional luxury naturally had to be enjoyed. These two punks. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head, after which he became a beam of light and flew out, rushing into the sky. At the same time, within another villa in the absolute beginning region. Today's class is about the space and gold origin laws combination. That Luo Feng will definitely go. Mo, Elin, sure. The two of you go to class too. Take the chance to find an excuse to battle Luo Feng and feel him out. Once you know his moves and prepare, when the qualification battles come, it'll be much easier, the Silver Robe Man said. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. Chapter 558. Absolute Beginning Region. Lecture Building Number 2 Hall. 80 kilometers long, 60 kilometers wide. It was much bigger than a normal city on Earth. However, it was just a place for the Undyings to teach. At the back of this hall number 2, there were over 1,000 random seats. Right now, there were a few absolute beginning members that became beams of light and flew 10 kilometers to their seats. So, Luo Feng too appeared before the 1,000 seats, randomly choosing a seat on the left. Look, it's Luo Feng. He's the newbie from the newest genius competition. He looks quite handsome. He hasn't been in the virtual universe company for long, and he's already passed the 7th level. He's very strong. We're only at the 8th level, but we're already domain lord level. In the corner were two ladies, one with beautiful wings and the other with eyes filled with endless temptation. They weren't shy at all, instead looking passionately in Luo Feng's direction, discussing softly. The other members were discussing too. That's Luo Feng? Right, it's him. This punk is quite vicious. Back when we were universe level, the highest we could reach was the 7th level. That was 3,000 years after we joined the virtual universe company. According to his improvement speed, there's no hope of entering the primal region in this qualification battle. However, in the next one, maybe there'll be hope. As long as he's given a few thousand years, he'll definitely be able to make it into the primal region. Two sector lords sat in a corner, discussing. Discussions were everywhere. The moment Luo Feng sat down, the entire hall number 2 had close to 100 people here to listen to the lecture. They were all discussing Luo Feng. He became the center of attention. To be able to pass the 7th level in such a short amount of time, even before the first qualification battle, to be able to do this, they were all absolute geniuses. Luo Feng sat there quietly, his ears twitching. He could clearly hear the discussions. I become a zoo animal. Luo Feng felt helpless within. How do you do, Luo Feng? A rough voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was a rather ugly-looking man with 6 protrusions on his forehead and black hair on his face. This man sat a few meters away from Luo Feng. He turned and smiled. My name is Suo Long, Domain Lord level. I've heard many talking about you today. However, you're indeed very powerful. Thanks, said Luo Feng. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. According to the population distribution, there were 1,000 sector lords, 100 domain lords, and 30 universe levels in the absolute beginning region. Luo Feng and the others had 8 new people, causing the entire absolute beginning region to have 1138 people. However, after the qualification battle, the number of members in the absolute beginning region would return to 1130. From a ratio, one could see that the number of sector lords was the highest. This resulted in the majority of the people in this hall being sector lords, with a small portion being domain lords. Universe levels were pitifully few in number, including Luo Feng. There were only a total of 4 people. This already made Luo Feng shocked, as usually only 2 universe levels would attend these classes. Today, there are 2 more universe level members attending the class. Luo Feng thought. The chances of an absolute beginning mystic dimension member entering the primitive mystic dimension is extremely low. Suo Long said in a low voice, my friends and I have been chatting. They all think that you have a high chance of entering the primitive mystic realm in a few hundred years. In our absolute beginning mystic realm, it is very rare for one person to enter the primitive mystic realm. Every time something like this happens, it makes me incomparably excited. One step ahead, and you'll always be ahead. The earlier you enter the primitive mystic realm, the faster you'll improve. Suo Long seemed to be exclaiming, saying beside him. Luo Feng turned to look at Suo Long. If you work hard, you too have hopes of entering the primitive mystic realm. Huh, don't laugh at me. In the next qualification battles, it'll be good enough if I can stay in the absolute beginning region. Suo Long shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. In the next qualification battles, I'll be kicked out of the sky and land region. Then my position outside will be lowered too. What headache! Domain Lord level core members were positions of great authority when they were sent out. According to Luo Feng's explanation, he'd be a governor outside. However, primal, absolute beginning, sky and land members, apocalypse members, their treatment outside was completely different. When the primitive mystic realm members leave, just the guard alone would be an army led by an undying. When the time comes, the position they'd be assigned would match their status. If a primal member was suddenly kicked out of the absolute beginning member, then the official positions would be quickly changed. Even the guards led by the undying would be moved away, replaced by a sector lord. That punk sure is unlucky. When he goes out to be a governor, he'll probably be powerful at first. However, seeing that he'll be kicked out of the sky and land region in the qualification battles, there'll definitely be a change in position and status. Luo Feng laughed within. Simultaneously, he casually chatted with this big body, finding out about some of the things a governor would often encounter. After a while, the undying teacher arrived and began his lesson. Immediately, there was complete silence. Even if they wanted to discuss, they had to communicate. They definitely didn't dare disturb the teacher's lesson. There were a total of 4 universe-level members in classroom 2. Of them, one had a face full of silver scales and the other had bronze skin, with a single black horn on his forehead. Sure, look, that Luo Feng is pretty serious in class. The silver-scaled man communicated. The black-horn man looked at Luo Feng in the left corner. Mo Elin and I then wants us to find a reason to fight him and test his strength. How do you think we should challenge him? If we run over and cause trouble for him, if he doesn't even bother with us and leaves the virtual universe, we'll be dumbfounded. Relax, I have a plan. The silver-scaled man squinted, like a venomous snake. Let's do this first. It's very ordinary. The Blackhorn man frowned after listening. Then what else can we do? There's no 100% guarantee of success. The Silver Scale man said. All right, once this lesson ends, we'll head over. The Blackhorn man nodded. The Emperor-level Undying explained for a long time. Under the intense gazes of the absolute geniuses, he vanished into thin air. Luo Feng closed his eyes to reflect on the many wonders of the lecture before. Only then did he open his eyes. With a glance, he saw two men standing before him. One had a face full of silver scales, the other was sturdier, with a single black horn on his forehead. The common point was, these two were both universe level. The two looked at Luo Feng. You two are? Luo Feng sat there, looking at the two. How do you do, Luo Feng? I'm Moe Lin. The silver-scaled man smiled. Luo Feng, I'm Ashur. The Blackhorn man smiled. We're the same as you, universe-level members. Only we joined a virtual universe company a little earlier. What business do the two of you have? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Towards the universe-level seniors, Luo Feng didn't have much of a good impression, because when he chatted with Wuka today, Wuka had told him some things. Even though Wuka didn't specifically mention who they were, there were only a total of 30 universe-level seniors. Anyway, most of them had conflicts with Wuka. We know Luo Feng passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. We're very impressed. The silver-scaled man's eyes gleamed. I, Moe Lin, love to battle. Hence I wish to challenge you in the arena and have a good spar. I too wish to battle you. The Blackhorn man looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Battle? If it was for training, one could imitate powerful warriors in the training grounds. And especially battle someone, it was usually to see who was stronger or weaker, or to understand the opponent's background. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was the only way to win. I'm afraid they've never fought with me before. They don't know my battle style or my trump cards. Even though there are videos of the genius battles back then, I was still very weak back then. Now I'm many times stronger than back then. The videos back then didn't reflect my strength at all, hence they came to challenge me. Luo Feng immediately understood. Sorry, I'm not interested. Luo Feng got up and left. The Blackhorn man and the silver-scaled man glanced at each other. They could only follow the other method of challenge. Haha, Luo Feng, you're still the number one of this batch of newbies. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. The silver-scaled man said. You don't even dare to accept our challenge. Looks like none of you newbies have any hope. The Blackhorn man said. That Wuka is dumb. He's so weak, yet he dares to fight us. Luo Feng, you have the strength, yet you don't dare to fight us. This qualification battle, you newbies should just give up. As there was a group of sector lords and domain lords in classroom 2 who were listening to the lecture earlier, they all turned to look with interest. Most of them paid attention to Luo Feng because he was indeed shocking. However, that was because they were of different levels. There were sector lords and domain lords. They didn't have any conflict of interest with Luo Feng at the moment. Naturally, they were calm. Those two's provocations are too lacking. They are lacking. If it were me, I wouldn't even bother. Two little clowns. The sector lords and domain lords discussed. Some of the sector lords' voices were especially loud. Immediately, the silver scale man and the black horn man's expressions became even uglier. Luo Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. This made the group of sector lords and domain lords shocked. Was Luo Feng prepared to accept the challenge? Was he that easily provoked? Luo Feng turned to look at the silver-scaled man and the black-horn man. HM? The silver-scaled man and the black-horn man noticed Luo Feng's unfriendly gaze. Wuka is going to fight you? Luo Feng looked at the two. You're talking about that Manka prince? The silver-scale man sneered. Beside him, the black-horn man replied, That's an idiot, fighting us and getting trampled on by us. Congratulations, Luo Feng said. The silver-scaled man and the black-horn man were stunned. Congratulations? I didn't want to fight before because I didn't want to waste time on you. Luo Feng looked at the two. However now, you made me very unhappy. I've decided to trample on you once. 2 chapters completed. I need tickets. Do I have tickets? Chapter 559. The silver-scaled man, Mo-E-Lin, and the black-horned Ashur felt a surge of rage within as they heard Luo Feng's words. They were indeed following Ni Nan's instructions to provoke Luo Feng. However, no matter what, they were still the absolute geniuses of the trillions of races in the universe. Otherwise, why would they enter the absolute beginning region? Geniuses were all proud. Wasting time? Fighting them was a waste of time. And this was said by a newbie who hadn't been in the virtual universe company for long. Let's go to the arena. Luo Feng turned and headed out, almost as though he wanted to quickly end the battle. Oomph. Mo-E-Lin looked at his back and couldn't help but snort coldly. Too arrogant. Ashur squinted. The two of them exchanged glances and then followed Luo Feng out of room 2. There were still many sector lords and domain lords in classroom 2 who had noticed their conversation. Seeing the situation, their eyes gleamed. Interesting. The newbies are fighting the seniors. However, usually the seniors win with an overwhelming advantage. However, this time, it's hard to say. Comparing Luo Feng against those two, Luo Feng should be stronger. However, if Luo Feng is up against the strongest of the seniors, Luo Fu and the others, it's undoubtedly Luo Fu who's stronger. Let's go and have a look. Who knows, the 5 geniuses of the seniors might make a move too. The group of sector lords and domain lords all formed into groups of 3 to 5 and called their friends as they walked out. The elite genius Luo Feng of this batch of newbies going to battle in the arena. That was an extremely interesting thing. The absolute beginning region, after all, only had so many members. As for the few famous universe level and domain lords, the sector lords naturally knew of them. The absolute beginning region took up a huge amount of space and built many arenas. Normally, it became the place for the absolute beginning members to spar, battle, and even bet. At this moment, there were over 10 people gathered at the edge of one of the arenas, and there were 2 region lords fighting on the arena. One was a tall and robust black-furred ape-man that was an entire 8 tall, while the other was a cold and bald young man with a cold expression on his bald head. Moreover, there were some very complicated and strange patterns on his bald head. In an instant, over 10,000 images were left in the arena. The black-haired ape-man roared and waved his 10 long, huge axe. The two's exchange caused the surrounding space to tremble and ripples to shoot in all directions. The ground around the arena was a mess. This time I've lost. A cold voice rang out. Ha! The rough and deep voice seemed to echo as the black-furred ape-man looked down at the cold, bald youth. In the last 100 years, we've fought 10 times, and you've already lost 7 times. The cold, bald youth closed his eyes, reflecting on the previous battle. The dozen or so people who were watching the battle from the sidelines also began to discuss. Some were preparing to leave, while others were inviting each other to fight. Hey, look, what's going on there? So many people. These people, including the black-furred ape-man and the bald youth, all saw at least 60 to 70 people bustling over from afar. Luo Feng walked to the front. Behind him were Mo-E-Lin and Ashur, and behind them were a large group of sector lords and domain lords. This bustling group was indeed eye-catching. Luo Feng watched as he walked. With a glance, he saw about 10 people at the side of one of the arenas. None of them were universe levels. Which arena? Said Luo Feng. You are after all a newbie. You choose. Behind Luo Feng, the silver-scaled youth Mo-E-Lin said coldly. All right. Luo Feng stomped and became a beam of light, flying to an arena 10 kilometers away. The silver-scaled youth Mo-E-Lin and the black-horned youth, Ashur too, immediately became 2 beams of light and flew towards that arena. At the same time, the sector lords and domain lords who were preparing to watch the battle, a large group of them either flashed or flew, all landing at the side of the arena. Let's go take a look. With so many people watching, it's probably not a normal battle. The dozen or so area lords flew over as well, including the black-furred ape-man and the bald youth. Luo Feng and the other 2 landed in the arena. Luo Feng looked at the distant arena. It was mainly sector lords, very few domain lords, and there were actually only 2 universe levels. One was a universe-level old man, The other was the green-haired youth Jiang Imo. Jiang Imo smiled at Luo Feng, simultaneously waving his fist and communicating, "Luo Feng, that group of seniors have always looked down on us newbies. You have to help us take revenge and teach them a lesson." "Of course I will, and I'll teach them a lesson." Luo Feng communicated and smiled. At this time, 3 silhouettes descended from the sky, landing at the side of the arena to watch the battle. One of them was a youth dressed in a silver-gray armor. Another was a black-skinned, thick-lipped man, and the last was a jade-eyed, pointy ears, an enchanting young lady. The 3 gathered together and looked over. The 3 of them are all universe levels. The middle one is one of the 5 great warriors of the seniors, an Nan. Luo Feng swiftly thought of information. Ever since his teacher Tru Yin had reminded him of a universe level 30 seniors, there were 5 great warriors. Luo Feng had gathered some information, of which he specially gathered information on the 5 great warriors. They were an Nan, Yufeng, Kaluo Fu, Gu, Sa Jin, and Fire Dragon. The earliest to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level was Kaluo Fu. He had done it over 2,000 years ago. The last one was Gu, who had passed it more than 300 years ago. "Emo Ilin, teach that punk a lesson." The black-skinned man roared from below. "Usher, don't lose to this punk." The enchanting young lady shouted too. And a silver-gray armored youth and then watched silently from below. "Don't worry. Watch how I teach him a lesson." Emo Ilin and Usher stared hard at Luo Feng. They had treated him as a true enemy. Of course, it wasn't like they had no chance of winning, as they had passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level a long time ago, and were relatively close to the 7th. And strength wasn't just an origin law comprehension. Personal battle awareness, display, mental state, experience. These were the final deciding factors. Emo, Ilin, and Ashur were confident that their experience and battle awareness surpassed this Luo Feng before them. "Luo Feng, you're too young. Your spirit is too strong. We'll make you understand. You can't underestimate any opponent." Emo Ilin said, "The 2 of us will fight here in the arena. You can pick one of us." "I've said before, I don't want to waste time." Luo Feng looked at the 2. "The 2 of you can come at me together." Together? Emo Ilin and Ashur were stunned. The absolute geniuses of the absolute beginning region watching below the arena were in an uproar. Those that could enter the absolute beginning region weren't too far apart in strength. Of the 30 universe level seniors, 5 of them were at the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level, the other 25 were at the 6th, and the sky and land region had 10s of them at the 6th level. What did this mean? It meant that the absolute beginning members were close in strength. It meant that these 25 were all near the top of the geniuses that had passed the 6th level. 1v2. Emo Ilin, you 2 teach him a good lesson. Teach this punk a lesson. The number of people gathered below was increasing, of which the 2 universe level members that had just flown overroared. This is getting interesting. Even more interesting. In the arena, Emo Ilin and Ashur exchanged glances and nodded. That was good too. If they had to deal with Luo Feng 1v1, they didn't have much confidence. And now that Luo Feng wanted to fight 1v2, if the 2 of them teamed up, their chances of winning would be even higher. You asked for it. Emo Ilin's silver scales formed folds on his face, looking ferocious. "Make your move," Ashur roared. In the distance, Luo Feng immediately floated up and floated in midair, looking down at the 2 universe-level opponents. How strong he was, Luo Feng was very clear. It was because he was clear that he didn't even put these 2 in his eyes. The reason he came to this battle was to help his good brother Wukka vent his anger. Babata, record the battle footage and show it to Wukka later. You sure are showy. While communicating mentally with Babata, Luo Feng revealed a smile, following which he controlled the dark golden long rod on his back. Rumble. Immediately, countless little golden blades shot out in all directions. Countless golden threads of light made it seem as though a golden sun had appeared behind Luo Feng. A total of close to 6,000 little golden blades seemed to instantly connect with the universe space and gold origin laws, Immediately, the 100 kilometers area around the arena changed color. The area was so large that it even covered the area below the arena. Arena? Grass? They all vanished. All that was left was a vast world, with countless blade energies flying about. Nanshin Armaments, 6th level. Own world, also known as Blade World. My God, big trouble. Mo, Elin, and Ashur. These two absolute geniuses' expressions changed greatly, their eyes filled with shock. This Luo phone can actually unleash the Nanshin Armaments 6th level? The spectating large group of sector lords and domain lords were all shocked. This was truly shocking. If one were to say that they were here to watch a show, to see if the newcomer was an absolute genius, then right now they were filled with disbelief and disbelief. Because the Nanshin armament was very hard to train. This was one of the 9 godly weapons. It belonged to the gold and space category, and it was a godly weapon that used the gold origin laws as the main and the space laws as support. And the 9-universe heavenly bridge was designed to test one's comprehension of the space laws. Then, the 7th level of the heavenly bridge tested one's comprehension of the space laws. Luo Feng being able to unleash the 6th level. What did that mean? It meant that not only was his comprehension of the space laws high, his gold origin laws were even higher, and there were many ways to pass the heavenly bridge. If the challenger was a controller, he could choose a controller, hypnotist, or fighter, any one of them as his opponent. Choosing hypnotist was easier because to be able to become a spirit reader controller, most of them had strong soul defenses, hence winning was easier. Choosing the fighter was the easiest because he could completely maintain his distance and directly control his spirit weapon to destroy the fighter. The fighter could only struggle to increase his speed again and again to think of a way to get close to the opponent. Choosing the controller was the hardest because the moment he chose the controller, the spirit weapon that appeared would be exactly the same as the challenger's. Even his attacks would be exactly the same, using one strength to attack the opponent's weakness. However, choosing the exact same controller, that was too troublesome. He definitely chose the controller as the guardian. Definitely. Otherwise, to pass the 7th level, he wouldn't need to unleash the Blade World. In the arena, Mo, Elin, and Ashur looked at the vast blade world around them. Countless blade energy revolved, the formless world energy pressuring them. They were close to despair. How can it be so strong? And it's the gold and space category's strongest godly weapon. The two were in a mess. In the distance before Luo Feng, the blade world energy madly gathered. Countless blade energy condensed and finally formed a translucent pale golden blade tip. This pale golden blade tip glowed faintly. This was the incomparably condensed blade world energy condensed to form the strongest blade energy. Its power was unbelievable. Go! Luo Feng roared softly. Writing today was extremely taxing. Up till now, he had only finished 1 chapter, and he was late. Since his condition wasn't good today, he would just finish 1 chapter. He owed everyone 2 chapters. Chapter 560. Even if I lose, I can't lose in such a pathetic manner. Sure, fight it out with him. Mo Iron gritted his teeth, the silver scales on his face wrinkling up even more ferociously. A giant silvery white cleaver about 50 centimeters wide and 3 meters long appeared in his hand. The blade was engraved with complex golden runes that faintly flowed with silvery white light. Ashur's eyes were bloodshot too, both hands wielding a crescent moon blade. Kill! Kill! The two moved at the same time. Luo Feng condensed his blade energy. Rumble! Mo Elin fiercely stomped on the ground of the arena, causing the entire arena to shake and crack. Mo Elin himself brought along a sharp whistling sound and a high-pressure shockwave visible to the naked eye as he raised his gigantic silver-white blade and slashed towards Luo Feng. So! The Blackhorn man, Ashur, wielded the crescent blade with both hands and moved like a ghost. In an instant, thousands of phantoms appeared around him, and these phantoms formed an inexplicable formation. Countless cold blade lights lit up the entire arena. In the distance, Luo Feng floated in mid-air, pointing. Qi, an incomparably condensed blade energy in the shape of a translucent golden blade, immediately pierced through the air. I'll first kill Mo Lin. Luo Feng looked at the distant Mo Lin, simultaneously stepping on the dark cloud shuttle and retreating with extreme speed. Roar! Mo Lin wielded the huge silver-white blade with both hands. As it moved, the surrounding cold air seemed to freeze space. Simultaneously, the huge blade slashed straight at the golden blade energy. He was clear with the blade energy's speed. He couldn't escape at all. The only way was to meet it head-on. Rumble. The golden blade energy was imbued with terrifying force, causing Mo Lin's entire body to retreat fiercely. He took more than 10 steps in the arena, every step creating a deep crater in the arena. Simultaneously, his body made cracking sounds, as though his bones were breaking. Qi. Mo Lin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gold, young and unyielding. It is indeed very strong. Mo Lin stood where he was, staring hard at Luo Feng. His right arm that wielded the blade had already been broken into 9 pieces. Luckily, he had dispersed most of the force through his broken right arm. Otherwise, his injuries would have been worse. In mid-air, Luo Feng, who had become a beam of light, once again condensed an incomparably sharp, faint golden blade energy. The tip of the sword was faintly discernible, and the sword Qi tore through the sky. Mo Lin, die. Luo Feng stared coldly at Mo Lin. Bastard. The Blackhorn man, Ashur, who had become a specter and was constantly chasing Luo Feng, roared. However, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and looked coldly at him. Slowly chase. Ashun could probably cast 10,000 phantoms when he used phantoms. After all, even under the Blade World's pressure, he was still able to unleash 1,000 images. It was a pity that with the Blade World's pressure, he couldn't catch up to Luo Feng. The sorrow of a martial artist. Unless he was like the Masha clansman's instantaneous speed, it was a pity that Luo Feng, who had completely comprehended the first 36 wonders and had some comprehension of the rainstorm picture, wasn't any weaker than him in terms of movement. This caused him to be unable to catch up to Luo Feng no matter how hard he tried. Xiao. The pale golden sword Qi streaked across the sky and shot towards Mo Iron. Yup, Mo Lin roared. However, he felt the pressure from the endless blade world. His every movement was restricted, and he could only unleash 70 to 80% of his strength. Yeah, his left hand grabbed the huge silver-white blade and once again slashed like lightning. However, to hit the blade world energy Luo Feng controlled was extremely difficult. Before, Mo Lin wasn't injured and in his perfect condition, he could hit it with his life on the line. And now that he was wielding it with one hand, it wasn't as effective as his right hand, his left hand, plus his injuries. Xiao. The pale golden blade energy flashed and pierced right through Mo Lin's forehead, causing a hole to appear there, completely piercing through, almost as though he was pierced by a laser. Mo Lin stared wide-eyed, after which his body slowly fell. With a rumble, his entire body smashed into the arena rocks, causing the rubble to fall. Mo Lin defeated Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Well done. Kill the other punk. A loud shout suddenly resounded from below the arena. It was the Manka Prince Wuka. Wuka shouted excitedly. Beside him was Rong Jun. It wasn't just the two of them. Even Qian Shui, Ai, Chan, Lancelot, and Ao Patela had arrived. The absolute beginning universe-level newbies had all arrived. It was because Jiang Mo had informed them. Luo Feng, who was standing on the dark cloud shuttle and flying above the arena, looked down. Seeing Wuka, Qian Shui, Rong Jun, Ai, Chan, Lancelot, and the others, he couldn't help but laugh and shout, "No problem. It's a piece of cake. Yeah, bastard." Behind him, the black-horned Ashur, who was chasing time and again, however he couldn't catch up, roared angrily, "Luo Feng, if you have the ability, don't run." In terms of space comprehension, he was very close to Luo Feng. In terms of comprehension of the space origin laws, he was much more than Luo Feng, while Luo Feng was stronger in terms of quality. The two were close, and with Luo Feng's blade world suppressing his opponent, how could Ashur catch up to him? What a joke! Don't tell me you want a controller to fight you in close combat. As Luo Feng flew, he looked at the black-horned Ashur and pointed, "Go!" The endless blade world energy gathered before Luo Feng, forming a pale golden blade tip. The blade energy was extremely sharp. Xiao! The blade energy broke through the air and shot straight at Ashur. Hoo! Ashur madly waved the half-moon blade in his hands, his entire being becoming a blur. Xiao! The pale golden blade energy swept past again and again. Luo Feng didn't even want to clash head-on with Ashur, purely relying on the speed of the blade energy. Again and again it shot at Ashur from different directions, ravaging him. How fast was the pale golden blade energy? Every time Ashur felt as though he was dancing on the edge of a blade. It was extremely dangerous. The blade energy shot from the side straight into one of Ashur's ears and out from the other. The inside of his skull was completely minced into paste by the sword chi that shot out. Ashur stared wide-eyed, his entire body still swayed a few kilometers due to the inertia, after which he fell to the ground. Ashur defeated. We won, huh? Wukka laughed loudly. Luo Feng, beautifully done. The handsome Lancelot smiled. Well done. Rongjun, however, waved his fist fiercely, obviously very excited. Qian Shui, Jiang Mo, Ai Chun, and Ao Patela were all extremely excited too. The 8 of them were the least experienced and the weakest newbies in the absolute beginning region, especially with the qualification battles nearing. Jiang Mo, Qian Shui, Wukka, and the others understood that they were about to be eliminated from the heaven and earth region. Hence they all felt extremely pressured. This battle allowed them to vent their frustrations. It was satisfying. Luo Feng leapt down and landed beside Wukka and Rongjun. Those two punks came to provoke me, so I casually dealt with them. Wukka, they were the ones who dealt with you before, right? Luo Feng smiled. They were. Wukka gritted his teeth. I've long wanted to teach them a lesson. It's just that I wasn't strong enough. Luo Feng. It's all thanks to you venting for me. This feels good. While Luo Feng and the other newbies were celebrating, it was a scene of joy. The universe-level seniors had gathered over 10 of them. Bastard. We actually lost. The 10 of them all had ugly expressions. Because there were over 100 sector lords and domain lords from the absolute beginning region watching this battle, and they lost to a newbie 2 against 1. This made them feel extremely embarrassed. This Luo Feng is indeed very strong. The silver-armored youth stared at the distant Luo Feng. He's actually able to unleash Blade World. Looks like I'll have to use my trump card to defeat him. However, this move is what I prepared to use against Luo Fu. And Ainan, I heard that Mo, Lin, and Ashur were taken care of by a newbie. A thick voice resounded. The silver-robed youth turned his head and felt as though a small mountain had appeared behind him. It was a 6-meter-tall woman. She wore black battle armor on her upper body, a black battle skirt, and black battle boots on her lower body. Her exposed arms and neck were crimson red, as though they were made of crimson metal. His face was red and square, and he could be considered handsome. There were 2 curved, fiery red horns on his forehead, and a diamond-shaped crystal was embedded between his brows. There was even a dragon tail growing out of his tailbone. This crazy punk has come. The silver-armored youth had a thought, saying solemnly, yes, Fire Dragon, Mo Lin, and Ashur were indeed taken care of by a newbie. That newbie is Luo Feng, who just passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. He's extremely arrogant, not even putting his seniors in his eyes. After clashing with Mo Lin and Ashur, he immediately declared he wanted to go 1 against 2. Who would have thought that he would be able to defeat 2 people by himself and actually succeed? Look, those 8 newbies are so arrogant. The silver-armored youth shook his head, simultaneously looking towards the newbies. Over there, Luo Feng and the others were extremely happy. Wooka roared over. You seniors have trained for a few thousand more years. What are you being arrogant for? 2 against 1 and still lost. Ha! I feel ashamed for you guys. Wooka, what are you being arrogant for? Immediately, the group of universe-level seniors raged. Bastard! The dragon tail man, that was like a small mountain, roared. Rumble! This dragon tail man fiercely became a red beam of light, after which like a meteorite smashed into the arena, causing it to shake. This tall dragon tail man immediately extended his fan-like hand and pointed at Luo Feng below the arena. Luo Feng, come up here, let me teach you a good lesson. Can't you just unleash a blade world? How dare you be so arrogant? His voice rumbled and resounded. Luo Feng, who was laughing and chatting with Rong Jun and Wooka below, was stunned. He looked up and his expression changed. It's him, Sa-Jin Fire Dragon, one of the pinnacle races of humanity in the universe, the Mother Flame race, one of the 5 great warriors of the absolute beginning universe level. He trained in an extremely expensive technique that was comparable to the time-space scribble's black hole evolution. 1,500 years ago, he had already passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. P.S. First chapter here. Chapter 561. As he had long since checked the information of the 30 seniors, he was very familiar with these 5. Universe level 5 and I Nan, Kaluo Fu, Yufeng, Gu, Sa-Jin, and Fire Dragon. The strongest and hardest to deal with was without a doubt the fighter Kaluo Fu. The most terrifying was the chemist Yufeng. These 2 were the most terrifying of the 5. Even Luo Feng had to admit that he was far from being a match for those 2. Kaluo Fu, brave and valiant. Yufeng walked the chemist path, very rare. However, the moment he had some success, he would become incomparably terrifying. Even Kaluo Fu lost to Yufeng. The other 3, and Ainan, Sa-Jin, and Gu, their strengths were all close. Gu, even though he was the latest to pass the 7th level, his battle strength was terrifying. Sa-Jin and Fire Dragon. Luo Feng looked up at the dragon-tailed man in the arena, frowning. Do I have to spar with him now? His original plan. After passing the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, he would go and take on the missions one by one to train himself for the next 6 years. Dealing with Mo, Elin, and Ashur before was just a matter of convenience. Luo Feng had never treated them as opponents. However, Sa-Jin and Fire Dragon, that was completely different. In the arena, Sa-Jin and Fire Dragon swung their tails, smashing the rocks of the arena, staring below and roaring. Luo Feng, come up. Don't you dare to come up? Go up. Luo Feng, if you have the ability, go up. The universe-level seniors below the arena shouted too. Mo, Elin, and the rest are weaker than you, and you dare to bully them. Meeting Sa-Jin, you're too scared to go up? The majority of the spectators below were sector lords. In reality, they were all roaming the dangerous and mysterious regions of the universe, training between life and death. Training time and time again, they were extremely nervous. Occasionally seeing the universe-level juniors spar was very interesting. What's more today, it was the geniuses amongst the geniuses competing. Sa-Jin and Luo Feng? Interesting if they really fight. Who do you think will win? The 3 sector lords, who were all dressed in black, discussed amongst themselves. That Sa-Jin and Fire Dragon trained in one of the ultimate manuals, Black Hole Evolution. Even though his points can only exchange for the first few manuals, he can definitely unleash his full strength. Beating Luo Feng, no problem. Yes, I also have high hopes for Sa-Jin. Haha, we all think the same. I also think Sa-Jin will win. Last time I saw him fight with Kaluo Fu. This Sa-Jin is indeed from the Flame Mother tribe. His fist technique is really strong. Unless Luo Feng could unleash his blade world to the point where his blade energy was everywhere. Otherwise, we won't win. The sector lords of the absolute beginning secret realm were all at the peak of the 9th level. Usually, those world overlords who could enter the secret realm of the Doomsday era have all obtained the recognition of the origin laws. And the sector lord of the absolute beginning secret realm, any one of them was a tyrannical existence in the universe, much stronger than Jiang Tianchun of the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. How sharp were the judgment of these world overlords? He could clearly see the strengths and weaknesses of Luo Feng and Sa Jin's fire dragon. Beside, the sector lords and domain lords looked over in anticipation. In the distance, the seniors were provoking Luo Feng. In the arena, Sa Jin's eyes were spitting fire as he stared angrily at Luo Feng. Are you going or not? Wuka looked at Luo Feng. It's fine if you don't have a confidence. From what I see, that Sa Jin is just waiting to trample on you. Don't let him get what he wants. Beside, the green-haired youth Jiang Mo said softly, and Sa Jin has passed the 7th level of the heavenly bridge over 1,000 years ago. Even if he temporarily lowers his head, it won't be a loss of face. Are you going or not? Rong Jun said solemnly. The surrounding big man Ao Pate La, the gentle and beautiful Qian Shui, and Ai Chun, the handsome Lancelot, all looked at Luo Feng. The 8 of them formed a faction, the newbie faction. Honor and disgrace. I originally wanted to wait until the qualification battles before using my trump card. Looks like I have to use it this time. Luo Feng looked at the dragon tail man on the arena, and at the excited yet nervous Wuka, Qian Shui, Rong Jun, and the others. He made his decision. For everyone, this battle, he had to win. Rumble. Luo Feng immediately became a beam of light, like a shooting star, landing in the distant arena. Ha! Good. Luo Feng, you have guts. Beautiful. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. The group of sector lords and domain lords all shouted loudly, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Within their hearts, they indeed treated Luo Feng as their equal, because they could tell that with his improvement speed, he had a high chance of making it into the primal region. In the arena, Luo Feng and Sa Jin were separated by a few kilometers facing each other. They could clearly see each other, even the sweat pores on each other's faces. You have some guts. Sa Jin's voice was powerful. Cut the crap. Make your move. Luo Feng said. In the distance, Sa Jin heard and immediately smiled. Punk, you sure are arrogant. However, I'll wake you up. Shua. The dark cloud shuttle appeared below Luo Feng's feet. Simultaneously, the dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out tens of thousands of golden lights. The little golden blades shot out in all directions. The engravings on the blades, too, released tens of thousands of golden threads. The countless threads shook the land and skies. Immediately, the surrounding 100 kilometers area changed. A vast expanse. Countless blade energy revolved. Blade world. Haha. Interesting, interesting. Sa Jin raised his head and laughed. At the same time, crimson flames burst out from his body. The blazing flames circled around him and blocked the sword energy around him. His entire being was like a flame god. What a strong flame domain. It's incomparably reserved, yet it can block my blade world's pressure. Luo Feng thought. He stood on the dark cloud shuttle and floated in mid-air. Simultaneously, a thread of golden blade energy condensed before him. It was a translucent golden sword tip. Go! Luo Feng pointed. Xiao! The golden blade energy pierced through the air. Kaka! Sa Jin Huolong was wearing black armor and a battle skirt. At this moment, a pair of black gloves appeared on his hands. The gloves were made of black metal, and the knuckles were as sharp as knives. Rumble! Sa Jin's fire dragon punched the lightning-fast golden sword energy with a lightning-fast punch. Fist like an arrow. His bare arms and thick neck muscles trembled slightly. Obviously, in an instant, boundless energy was infused into this punch. A simple punch, yet it exploded with the strongest power. If he went to the undying altar, Sa Jin would at least reach 90 times his explosive power. Pong! The golden blade energy crumbled. Sa Jin took a heavy step back. His heavy boots stepped on the arena, causing countless rocks to fly. This scene made Luo Feng's expression change. He blocked it just like that. He actually made me take a step back. Sa Jin looked at Luo Feng and smiled. The Nanshin armament is indeed one of the 9 godly weapons. Rumble. Sa Jin took a step forward and his entire body rushed before Luo Feng. Luo Feng simultaneously retreated. What speed? Under the pressure of the blade world, his speed is still so fast. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and immediately exploded. Rumble. Immediately, over 10,000 images appeared in the surrounding sky and land. Countless images flickered. The fourth level of the 10,000 thread flow, after comprehending the 36th wonder and using the Time-Space Scribbles third volume to study the rainstorm picture for half a year, Luo Feng was already able to unleash the 10,000 threads. Especially in the Blade World. With the help of the Blade World, it was much easier. Normally, when he unleashed 10,000 images, it was purely a competition of speed. However, the 10,000 threads technique was able to effectively combine the 10,000 images, making Luo Feng like a demon, impossible to defend against. 10,000 threads? I hate these techniques that only know how to escape. Sa Jin's eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. Haha, of course the controller won't engage in close combat with a fighter. The surrounding 10,000 Luo Fengs all laughed loudly. Suddenly, a thread of golden blade energy condensed and shot over. Xiao! The blade energy was like a mischievous child. Time and time again, it circled around Sa Jin's surroundings, not clashing head-on with him at all. Bastard! Sa Jin roared angrily at the fire dragon. His hands, which were covered in hideous gloves, stretched out slightly, and then clenched into fists again. Rumble! 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 7 images. Each of the 7 Sa Jin fiery dragons was performing a fist technique. From left to right, the dark red layer of light on their gloves became thicker and thicker. Especially the 7th Phantom. The dark red layer on the gloves was already 30 centimeters thick, making its fists look like huge iron hammers. Rumble! Sa Jin's fire dragon punched in midair. The land and skies shook, and with a rumble, the entire blade world immediately crumbled. Only the area around Luo Feng was still maintained. Luo Feng's expression changed. This is the 9 fists. Black hole evolution was comparable to time-space scribbles. It was considered 2 techniques of the same level. As long as one trained it to a higher level, he would reach the universe country leader level. It was said that when one trained black hole evolution to the extreme, whether it was a punch, a blade, or even a thought, one could create a black hole. Black hole was an extremely terrifying celestial body. It wasn't a true hole. It was an extremely dense celestial body formed from countless matter collapsing and condensing. In terms of density, white dwarfs were extremely dense, while neutron stars were even more terrifying. However, the density of a neutron star was not on the same level as that of a black hole. Black holes were extremely small. However, in terms of mass, it far exceeded 1 or 10 stars. The terrifying density and mass gave the black hole an extremely powerful gravitational force. Gravitational force, ripping space. Accurately speaking, black holes existed in between the primal universe space and the space turbulence. Because of its high density, mass, and gravitational force, even the space turbulence couldn't affect it. Hence, it was like a boulder rooted in the same spot without moving. It swallowed all light, ships, planets, and stars, turning them into its own. Even the great undying, if they were to fall into the depths of a black hole, they would fall. 9 refinement fists was one of the secret techniques in the black hole evolution, and it was very famous. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Chapter 562. At this time, in the clouds above Yuxiang Mountain, there were 2 silhouettes walking in space. Yuxiang Mountain was where the core geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company gathered. Thunder Island was where the Undyings and Absolute Warriors of the Virtual Universe Company gathered, which meant Yuxiang Mountain and Thunder Island were in this space, was in truth the true headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. The number of experts gathered, there was much more than the base camp in the real world. And under normal circumstances, Luo Feng and the others couldn't fly too high. Luo Feng and the others couldn't fly out of Yuxiang Mountain to Thunder Island. They couldn't fly too far from Yuxiang Mountain, almost like a formless restriction had enveloped the entire mountain. Similarly, Thunder Island was where countless undyings and even stronger beings gathered. It too had a formless restriction. Those undyings couldn't fly too far from Thunder Island. Hence, to be able to leave Yuxiang Mountain and Thunder Island and fly in other places in this space, they were definitely the true upper echelons of the virtual universe company, absolute beings. Of the two people walking through the void, one was nearly 8 meters tall and wore silver battle armor. His exposed arms, neck, and face were all dark red, and there was a diamond-shaped crystal embedded in his forehead. At the same time, his tailbone was a thick dragon tail, and there seemed to be a burning star in the depths of his eyes. With one look, one could tell that this powerful being was from the Mother Flame clan. The other person was only 2 meters tall. He was lean and wore a black battle robe with a strange design. There were countless silver patterns on the battle robe, and there was a third eye between his eyebrows, a vertical eye. That vertical eye seemed to condense a golden blade in it, making people feel that his gaze was like a sharp blade. "Ha ha! Mother Flame, look below. One of those two punks in the arena is your descendant." The three-eyed man gazed below. Through 10,000 kilometers of space, he could clearly see the two on the arena preparing to fight. Mother Flame? In the ancient Mother Flame race of the universe, only one person had the right to be called Mother Flame. That was the first Mother Flame race member to be born in the vast universe. He was the first to be born. He had other clansmen, and after countless years, the Mother Flame clan was born. He was also the only head of the Flame Mother clan in 1,000,000,000 years, and also the leader of the Flame Crystal Universe country. His name is Sa Jin, a young genius from the Fire Dragon tribe. Mother Flame looked down and smiled. "Mother Flame, who do you think will win?" The three-eyed man laughed. "Of course it's Sa Jin." Mother Flame smiled confidently and glanced at the three-eyed man. "Why, you don't agree?" The three-eyed man smiled and said, "I bet that his opponent will win. If I win, you'll give me that dagger. How about it? Dream on." Mother Flame stared. "I don't want your dagger. If I win, you give me that gold horn world stone. How about that?" said the three-eyed man. Mother Flame looked and smiled. "You can have a gold horn world stone. If I win, you have to give me the purple blue lightning glass." "Fine," the three-eyed man said. "Ha ha. Then prepare to give me the exquisite lightning glass." Mother Flame said, "You two prepare that gold horn world stone. A golden horn beast can only condense one gold horn world stone in its entire life. The main material for my disciple's weapon will be settled." The three-eyed man laughed. The two of them smiled and gazed down. The purple blue lightning glass and the gold horn world stone were mysterious items that were born in the universe. The gold horn world stone could only be produced by one of the 12 pinnacle space beasts, the golden horn beast, and it could only produce one in its entire life. With the extremely rare number of golden horn beasts in the universe, one could see how valuable and rare the gold horn world stone was. The purple blue lightning glass in the universe was only produced by the terrifying Thunder God Hall secret region within the bug race's territory. Countless years ago, there was a strange race that lived within the Thunder God Hall. They even built the Thunder God Hall. Even that race didn't manage to explore the entire secret region. After that, that race was wiped out by the automaton race. The Thunder God Hall secret region had become one of the most famous secret regions in the universe. Trillions of races from the vast universe went to explore it. Even the undyings from the human race went to explore it. The Thunder God Hall was one of the more important materials. 10,000 threads. The three-eyed man nodded and smiled. "Haha, 9 fists. We'll win for sure." Mother Flame smiled too. The two gazed down. Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Region. In the arena, Luo Feng's battle with Sa Jin's fire dragon had already reached its craziest stage. Rumble. Sa Jin's fist destroyed the blade world around him. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Luo Feng. "Punk, you'll lose for sure." So, Sa Jin's speed exploded fiercely. His movements were unpredictable. It felt as though there were two Sa Jins rushing over, but it also felt as though there was only one. His 9 fists has already caused the space to warp. Looking at him with the naked eye, his silhouette is no longer real. Luo Feng's expression changed. He stood on the dark cloud shuttle and unleashed the 10,000 threads to dodge. At the same time, he controlled the blade world, causing the remaining half to extend outwards. Using the world energy of the blade world, he locked onto his opponent. It's no use. Sa Jin's fire dragon roared and immediately appeared before Luo Feng. Rumble. That huge fist wrapped in a 30 centimeters thick dark red light was like 2 dark red hammers. Around the fist, flames burned. This fist was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a trail of fire and smashing into Luo Feng's body. Chi. Luo Feng's body became a blur and dispersed. So fast. A few km away, Luo Feng, who stood on the dark cloud shuttle, stared hard at Sa Jin's fire dragon. Another thread of golden blade energy condensed before him. Go! The golden blade energy pierced through the air. Luo Feng didn't control the blade energy to clash head-on. Instead, he used it to attack from all angles, affecting Sa Jin's speed. Roar! Sa Jin's fire dragon was enraged. With a roar, the flames on his body shrunk fiercely. Simultaneously, a dark red light formed on his skin and bones, almost like he was wearing a dark golden armor. Simultaneously, his right fist became a blur. Pung! It was extremely fast and immediately smashed into the blade energy. His speed is so much faster than before. The distant Luo Feng's expression changed. I was originally prepared to use this move against Kaluo Fu. Today, I'll let you have a taste of it. Sa Jin's fire dragon's speed exploded fiercely and rushed at Luo Feng. So. His silhouette was as fast as lightning. Luo Feng dodged with difficulty and danger. The flame crystal 9 refinements from Black Hole Evolution. This Sa Jin actually completed the first training. Below the arena, the silver-armored youth Nan's expression changed. It'll be hard for me to beat him this time. Flame Crystal 9 Refinement Body was another secret technique in the Black Hole Evolution. In terms of power, it was much stronger than the 9 fists. Once the Flame Crystal 9 Tempering Body was mastered, it was as if one's entire body was covered in a layer of armor. Not only did this armor have a defensive effect, but it also increased the speed, attack, and other aspects of the cultivator. It was a very heaven-defying secret art. However, just the basics were extremely hard. Sa Jin's fire dragon. As he was from a Mother Flame clan, he was naturally suited for it. His talent was extremely high, and he had a good teacher. After studying for thousands of years, he finally managed to grasp the basics. Luo Feng is in trouble this time. Rong Jun's expression changed. That big guy's speed is too fast. Wuka stared wide-eyed. A group of newbies, and the universe-level seniors, including the sector lords and domain lords, were all shocked. Ignoring the energy level, just in terms of level, this Sa Jin's fire dragon was above average amongst the domain lord-level geniuses. That Luo Feng is about to lose. It's not a bad loss. Trampled on. Luo Feng was indeed being trampled on. Unleashing the Flame Crystal 9 body, Sa Jin's fire dragon was like a human form monster. His fist speed could completely match the blade energy speed. His body speed could match Luo Feng's dark cloud shuttle speed. In just 3 exchanges, the third fist smashed into Luo Feng's 6-edged shield. Rumble, the shield was sent flying. Luo Feng's entire body smashed into the arena, causing a deep ditch to form. He actually didn't die. His ability to use the shield isn't any weaker than a powerful fighter. Sa Jin smiled savagely. However, it's no use. Powerful fighter? Shield? Blade? These were the Masha clansmen's normal equipment for training the illusionary techniques. Using the blade well, the shield's defense was naturally strong too. Rumble! Sa Jin's fire dragon rushed over. Luo Feng, who was lying on the ground, looked up fiercely, staring at Sa Jin's fire dragon and roaring, "Go and die!" Wang, The blade world fiercely extended in all directions. A thread of golden blade energy gathered before Luo Feng. Sa Jin's fire dragon rushed over, his eyes filled with disdain and shock. Rumble. A terrifying pressure descended and bombarded Sa Jin's fire dragon's consciousness. Luo Feng's trump card, consciousness pressure. The Golden Horn Beast was already a domain Lord level 9. This domain Lord level 9 Golden Horn Beast, in terms of consciousness strength, it was comparable to a normal human sector Lord level 3's consciousness pressure. Back when Luo Feng went to Blood River World, a domain Lord Pinnacle's consciousness pressure could cause a star level's soul to instantly crumble. One look and he would die. And now he had a sector Lord level 3's consciousness pressure. And that's Sa Jin's fire dragon. Even though his bloodline was good, his talent was good, and he had many encounters, in terms of consciousness strength, it was at most domain Lord level 1 or 2. There was an entire level difference. Even if he didn't die, his consciousness would instantly explode, and he would lose his ability to resist. This move was extremely powerful. In Blood River World, Luo Feng used it frequently. However, in the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level, he didn't use it at all, because the Heavenly Bridge tested one's comprehension of the origin laws. If he used consciousness pressure, it would be cheating. And Luo Feng was also worried that the virtual universe system would directly raise the Guardian's consciousness. Hence, he never used it in the Heavenly Bridge. However, one-on-one, he could still use it. Rumble. Sa Jin's fire dragon was immediately stunned, his eyes lifeless. Chi. The dark golden blade energy shot straight into his eye and pierced through his head. The moment it pierced through his head, Sa Jin's other eye gleamed, as though he had regained consciousness. It was a pity it was too late. Rumble. Sa Jin's fire dragon fell to the ground, smashing into the arena. Return. Luo Feng stood up. The countless dark golden little blades flew towards him from the surrounding sky, all entering the dark golden long rod behind him. This battle, victory. Chapter 563. High up in the clouds of Yuxiang Mountain, the two standing in mid-air gazed down with different expressions. Haha, Mother Flame, thank you for your gold horn world stone. My disciple's weapon will finally be settled. The three-eyed man laughed, simultaneously glancing at Mother Flame, observing his expression. That punk just now actually won. Mother Flame gazed below, frowning. What a strong consciousness pressure. Don't change the topic. The three-eyed man laughed. Don't tell me. You want to go back on your word. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the gold horn world stone. Mother Flame felt his heart ache. This wasn't a common metal in the universe. Even though the hybrid copper essence was an extremely expensive metal, with the Yin Mo Planet Master, Hu Yin Bo's ability, he could still use large amounts of hybrid copper essence to build a ship. And the Gold Horn World Stone? One Golden Horn Beast could only produce one. If a Golden Horn Beast died, there wouldn't be a single Gold Horn World Stone. All the Gold Horn World Stones in the universe added up wouldn't even be enough to build a ship. And the hybrid copper essence were like diamonds and mud. I just can't understand. How can that punk's consciousness pressure be so strong? Mother Flame said. He was born with an extremely wide mind domain, where he had some special encounters that allowed his soul to metamorphose. The three-eyed man smiled. Anyway, the universe is vast and mysterious. There are many things we don't know. Meeting one that causes his soul to evolve, his consciousness strength will increase greatly. Even though it's rare in the history of the universe, there are still some. Mother Flame shook his head, staring at the three-eyed man. You've earned quite a bit. Haha, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that little genius of your clan. His willpower is ordinary. If his willpower is strong enough, he can completely maintain his consciousness. The three-eyed man laughed. Mother Flame was shocked, after which he nodded. His willpower is ordinary. The consciousness was like countless soldiers. Willpower was the general. Back when Luo Feng attempted Fantasy Ocean, he would face the consciousness pressure as he passed through the islands. That 9th island, many Sector Lord Pinnacle warriors couldn't even pass. The 9th island's consciousness pressure was even stronger than a Sector Lord Pinnacle's. It was between Sector Lord Pinnacle and Undying. And Luo Feng's consciousness was only Domain Lord Pinnacle when he attempted Fantasy Ocean. There was a difference of over an entire level. Fight it head-on. He remained clear-headed and directly past the 9th island. And when he tried to enter the 10th island, because of the undying level pressure, it immediately dispersed Luo Feng's consciousness, resulting in his failure. From Sector Lord to Undying was a transformation of the soul, hence the universe level. Domain Lord and Sector Lord levels of consciousness pressure wasn't that terrifying. From Sector Lord to Undying, there was a fundamental increase in the pressure of consciousness. Hence, on the 10th island, Luo Feng's consciousness would be blasted into pieces. Luo Feng's willpower was terrifyingly strong. His consciousness was incomparably condensed, almost like a crystal. No matter how it oppressed them, he would still be able to stay awake unless he exceeded his limits, and his entire consciousness would shatter. 1 sober, 2 shattered. There were only these 2 results. As for those with weak willpower, they would be scared silly by someone else's shout. Dumbfounded. It was a state of confusion, absent-mindedness, and blankness. Sa Jin's fire dragon, under Luo Feng's consciousness pressure and ferocious attacks, was instantly stunned. If his willpower was as strong as Luo Feng's, he would at most feel dizzy, but he would definitely be able to stay awake. Absolute beginning region, below the arena, it was silent. At this time, there were already close to 300 people gathered below. About a quarter of the absolute beginning members were here. How can this be? He lost. Sa Jin's fire dragon unleashed the 9 fists and the flame crystal 9 body, and he still lost. What happened at the last moment? That Luo Feng, did he unleash some sort of spirit attack? The group of Sector Lords were shocked. Most of them thought Sa Jin's fire dragon would win. However, the final result was unexpected. Even with their abilities, they couldn't see what happened at the last moment. He lost. We lost. Sa Jin, he lost. The universe-level seniors were all stunned. They looked at the black-haired youth in the arena in despair. They too were geniuses of the absolute beginning region. Some of them were chosen from the genius battles, some were chosen from the warrior battles, and some were chosen from the virtual universe company's usual recruitment in the 1008 universe countries. Who wasn't a genius? And they were all geniuses that had trained for a long time. However, today, against a group of newbies that didn't even have the time to participate in their first qualification battles, they lost. And Nan, Mo, Rin, and Ash, who had been defeated earlier, were standing next to Nan. What's going on? How could we lose? Nan stared at Luo Feng in the arena. Sa Jin, that punk, even I didn't have any confidence in beating him in that state. I could only use my trump card to fight. However, at the last moment, Sa Jin was actually defeated in his peak state. What happened? What happened? Nan was anxious within, because Luo Feng was his obstacle in the qualification battles. Sa Jin lost at the last moment. I might end up the same way. Nan frowned, thinking hard. What happened at the last moment? Luo Feng carried the dark golden long rod on his back and walked down the arena. Haha, Luo Feng, well done. Wooka jumped and shouted. Powerful. Rong Jun smiled and waved his fist. Luo Feng, that last roar of yours, go and die, was really satisfying to listen to. The handsome young man, Lancelot, smiled and shouted. The siblings, Jiang Mo and Qin Shui, were excited too. Ai Chun, who was gentle and quiet, was all smiles, while Petra, the silly guy, was smiling too. Luo Feng smiled and walked to the side of the arena, about to jump down. Luo Feng. A roar resounded from behind. Luo Feng turned. In the distance, a silhouette descended from the sky and landed in the arena. It was Sa Jin and Fire Dragon. The tall and sturdy Mother Flame clansman Sa Jin's face was filled with rage and embarrassment. The moment his consciousness returned to reality after being defeated, he immediately entered the virtual universe network and rushed over from his villa. What happened at the end? Sa Jin stared at Luo Feng. He didn't understand. They were both universe level 9, But why was the difference in consciousness pressure so huge? Don't ask me what happened. I can only say that your willpower is too weak. Luo Feng looked at Sa Jin and communicated, train your willpower well. If one's willpower was strong, even if one's consciousness was pressured, as long as it wasn't too far off, one could still remain conscious. You? Sa Jin pointed at Luo Feng with his fire dragon, unable to speak. I hope the next time I meet you, you'll be stronger, otherwise the primal region slot won't be yours. Luo Feng finished and jumped down, landing with Wuka and Rong Jun's group, simultaneously smiling. Let's go, let's return. Wuka, don't fight with me. This time it's my treat. Ao Gusi Planet's genius Jiang Mo shouted. This batch of newbies, in terms of money. Wuka, Jiang Mo, and Qian Shui were considered rich. As for Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and the others, they were far from it. After all, their backgrounds were huge. I don't mind who pays. Luo Feng smiled. As long as there's food. Rong Jun smiled. Ruthlessly ripped them off. Wuka shouted. The group of newbies laughed and left. The over 200 world overlords below the stage, as well as some domain overlords, were all discussing and sighing in admiration. After that, they left in groups of 3 to 5. Obviously, this battle had made these seniors remember Luo Feng's name. Below the arena, only the universe-level seniors didn't disperse. Sa Jin, how did you lose? What happened? Many familiar with Sa Jin walked over. Sa Jin, and Ainan walked over too. Sa Jin snorted softly, glancing at the surrounding people and staring at an Ainan. And Ainan, you be careful too, otherwise you'll lose to him in the qualification battles. With that, Sa Jin and Huolong walked out. This punk. The silver-armored youth and stared at Sa Jin's tall silhouette, his eyes gleaming with gloom. He's actually not willing to say anything. Sa Jin rushed into the sky, laughing coldly within. And Ainan, you really think I'm stupid? Tell you Luo Feng's ultimate move? Wouldn't that give you guys some time to prepare? If you lose, I'll have a higher chance of entering the primal region. Losing this battle is good too. At least I'll be prepared for the qualification battles. Looks like I'll have to frequently enter Fantasy Ocean to train my willpower. My willpower is weak. I can't withstand that consciousness pressure at all. Sa Jin made his decision. News of this battle quickly spread. The absolute beginning universe-level uncrowned emperor Kaluo Fu, the terrifying chemist Yu Feng, etc., all received news of this battle. There were even some universe-level seniors who wanted to challenge Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng didn't accept it all, because he had begun his training mission. According to the plan, after passing the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level, he would begin his training mission. Absolute Beginning Region, Dragon Tower Planet. This was an ancient and huge planet. A camouflaged automaton ship entered the planet's atmosphere, after which it kept the ship. A silhouette flashed and crossed 100 kilometers, arriving in the endless forest ocean below. Luo Feng. He wore a dark red undergarment. That was the Cloud Contact Vine's undergarment. Outside the undergarment was a layer of camouflage armor, and on his arms were 2 camouflage arm guards. On his legs, he wore camouflage trousers, which were also weaved from alloy threads. They were flexible and had extremely high defense. There was also a screen embedded on his arm guard, which was made of tough material. A large number of words appeared on the screen, which was the information of the surrounding detection. On his back, he carried a dark golden long rod. It's really uncomfortable in Blood River world. Many weapons can't be used, even technology can't be used. This Dragon Tower planet is better. I can use everything. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. However, the danger level here is much higher. Universe warrior Luo Feng descended on Dragon Tower planet. He began his training mission journey. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Chapter 564. Dragon Tower Planet, an ancient planet birthed within the absolute beginning region. If it was in a normal star field, it would be impossible for such a huge planet like the Dragon Pagoda star to exist. However, under the nurturing of a universe secret region's incomparably dense source energy, The primeval universe had taken a different path in the universe secret region, giving birth to many unique celestial bodies and life forms. Gravity, 10,812 times of Earth's gravity. In the air, nitrogen takes up 98%. A fully armored Luo Feng walked within the vast forest. The screen on his left arm floated with detailed information. Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings, his ears twitching. There's a sound. Schwa. His boots gently stepped on the rotten leaves. In an instant, his entire being vanished. A few hundred km away, Luo Feng was half squatting on a 30 m thick, green and yellow crooked ancient tree branch, looking at a huge creature 10 kilometers away. With Luo Feng's vision 10 kilometers away, that creature called a dragon, even its scales could be seen clearly. Its height was about 1200 m, its main body length was about 600 m, with a short tail that was only about 100 m long. Its entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of scales carved out of purple stone. Its head was extremely huge, especially that huge bloody mouth that was incomparably malevolent. With a single gulp, it could probably drink an entire lake dry. Its forehooves were thick and powerful. Its running ability was unquestionable. It was the leader of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, the Tyrannosaurus, the rock dragon. It had extremely strong attacking abilities. A swarm of 100-meter-long pterosaurs whizzed past in the sky. So, the crag dragon charged forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving an afterimage in the distance. As it ran, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a bloody light flashed, directly wrapping around one of the pterosaurs, causing the rest of the pterosaurs to shriek and scatter in all directions. The pterosaur struggled frantically, but was dragged into the crag dragon's bloody mouth by the blood-colored tongue. Kacha kacha kacha. The 100-meter-long pterosaur was eaten clean. After the rock dragon ate its fill, it happily raised its head and roared. In the distant forest, Luo Feng squatted on the branch and looked down at the screen on his arm. On it appeared clear information. Rock Dragon, Adult Universe Level 9 Pinnacle. It's one of the mission targets. Schwa. The screen changed to a complicated diagram. This diagram had many complicated types of dragons, but without a doubt, all of the targets were Universe Level 9 Pinnacles. The mission of the Dragon Pagoda planet was called Dragon Hunter Mission. The mission was to kill all the targets on the catalog and obtain a certain material from the target's body to bring back as a keepsake. Now that all the targets had been killed, when he returned, he would receive the mission points, 10,000 mission points. This mission seemed simple, and if he killed them one by one, it would be very easy. But the dangerous part was Dragon Pagoda Planet didn't just have these weak little dragons. To a warrior like Luo Feng, the Universe Level 9 dragons were indeed weak. There were many Domain Lord level and even Sector Lord Pinnacle level dragons. Once a Peak Sector Lord level dragon was provoked, even the Star Destroyer cannon of the mechanical ship would have to store energy for a long time before it could fire. On the Dragon Pagoda planet, there were countless dragons. Besieged, riding the ship, one wouldn't even be able to escape. Rock Dragon. Luo Feng nodded. The first. So, Luo Feng's silhouette vanished. And 10 kilometers away, in the wilderness outside the forest, the rock dragon that had eaten its fill roared and surveyed its surroundings, extremely arrogant. It had the right to be arrogant, because during the growth process of a dragon, over 90% of them were eaten and killed in their infancy stage. Very few had to go through many trials and tribulations to reach adulthood. On the Dragon Pagoda planet, the adult dragons were at least universe level. Any adult dragon could control a territory. Of course, there were big and small territories. Go! Luo Feng immediately appeared in mid-air. The golden light behind him shot out in all directions, immediately forming a 3 m long dark golden long blade. Nanshin Armaments 5th level. Space Slicer. Xiao. Ong. The crag dragon slightly turned its head and saw a tiny speck floating in the air staring at it. Just as it let out a dissatisfied roar, a golden light directly shot towards it. The crag dragon wanted to turn its head to dodge, but it felt an invisible spatial pressure binding it. It was slightly slower. Chi. The golden light pierced straight into the huge head. Chi, 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 it madly attacked. Following which the golden light flew out from the head and swiftly returned to Luo Feng's back. The rock dragon's huge eyes stared wide open, staring at the speck, not knowing what kind of terrifying life form this speck was, after which its consciousness was destroyed. Rumble. The rock dragon's huge body rumbled and smashed into the wilderness, causing the ground to shake violently. South Luo Feng landed on the rock dragon's corpse, his boots stepping on the purple rock armor. Looking around the dragon's body, it felt like a huge mountain. Collect the scales on its chest. Luo Feng's body flashed and appeared before the chest of the rock dragon. His spirit energy immediately peeled off a scale and kept it in his space ring. Shua. Luo Feng immediately landed in the distant wilderness grass. Looking around, on to the next one. The vast Dragon Pagoda planet. Anything below Sector Lord level that met Luo Feng would definitely die. Not mentioning Luo Feng's camouflage armor and army pants. Those were all made of cheap alloy materials. Of course, they were E9 grade. Luo Feng's greatest reliance was the cloud contact vine within his body that had become his armor. Right now, the cloud contact vine was already domain Lord level 9. 80 years on Blood River World was enough. Just relying on the cloud contact vine alone, he would be able to sweep through anyone below Sector Lord level. To Luo Feng, the biggest problem was how to evolve the cloud contact vine to Sector Lord level. Using points? Luo Feng couldn't bear to. With money? Right now, Luo Feng didn't have enough money. I can only wait. Wait till I finish all the missions in one go and enter the primal region. Then I'll raise my Earth body to domain Lord level. That way, I'll be able to get my teacher's biggest inheritance. Dragon Pagoda Planet Mission, Dangerous Level. Took 39 days to complete. Reward 10,000 points. Void Cliff Mission, Dangerous Level. Took 21 days to complete. Reward 15,000 points. Luo Feng began his crazy life of missions. According to the Virtual Universe Company's rules, only universe-level geniuses could accept missions. Domain lords were sent outside. Sector lords were life or death training. And universe-level geniuses could at most accept 10 missions every 100 years. To prevent them from madly accepting missions, there was a limit to the number of missions a person could take. A universe-level genius, impossible-level mission, a primal region member could at most take 3. Absolute beginning member could at most take 2. Sky and last phase members could at most take 1 impossible level mission. This was for safety reasons. If one didn't have enough strength to take the impossible level mission, wouldn't that be courting death? Secondly, it was the resource allocation. The impossible level missions were incomparably dangerous. However, the point rewards were ridiculous too. Primal region members could at most take 3, the highest. Dangerous level missions. Primal region members could at most take 15. Absolute beginning members could at most take 10. Sky members could at most take 6. Last phase members could at most take 3. Hard level missions. According to the reward points, Luo Feng didn't even bother with the safe, normal, and hard levels, because the rewards were too pitiful. The impossible level mission rewards were at least 100k points. Some are hundreds of thousands, even millions. Dangerous level missions were normally 10,000 to 20,000 points. The maximum was 100k points. The hard mode was worth around 1 to 2,000 points. The normal rank was worth between 1 to 200 points. Safe level, forget about it. It was too little. 6 months later. Brother, you're amazing, you're amazing, you're amazing. Damn, how long has it been, and you've already completed 4 dangerous level missions? Wooka looked like he had seen a ghost as he looked at Luo Feng. Beside, Rongjun stared at Luo Feng too. Luo Feng sat there holding his wine glass, smiling. Don't be shocked. Didn't you tell me to tell you? I won't lie to my brother. However, the moment I did look at your expression, including your Blood River World mission, you've already completed 5 dangerous level missions. Wooka sighed. From what I know, the dangerous level missions are distributed in many secret regions. of which there are a total of 5 dangerous level missions in the absolute beginning region. To complete them in such a short amount of time, if I were to go to another star sector, just the travel time alone would make it. Wooka stared at Luo Feng. You've completed all the dangerous level missions in the absolute beginning region. Smart. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Vicious. Wooka shook his head. To save time, I didn't even seriously choose the missions. Anyway, there are only 3 dangerous level missions with high points. Luo Feng smiled indifferently. Absolute beginning members can at most accept 10 dangerous level missions. I still have a quota. Luo Feng looked down at the fist-sized Babata on his shoulder and stood up. Wooka, Rongjun, my teacher is looking for me. I'll be leaving first. Teacher, go. The two didn't stop him. Luo Feng became a beam of light and left Wooka's villa, heading towards his own. Within the training grounds of the villa, the tall and sturdy Tru Yin rubbed the golden fur on his face, looking at his disciple as though he had seen a ghost. Even though Tru Yin was an ancient being that had lived for trillions of years, he had so many disciples under him. Only 3 to 5 of them could truly satisfy him, and this Luo Feng was one of them. Your talent is indeed high. Your improvement is also getting more and more shocking. You indeed have a reason to be proud and confident. Tru Yin rubbed the fur on his face, frowning as he looked at Luo Feng. It's fine that you've consecutively completed 5 dangerous level missions, but impossible level. That's impossible. What's impossible? The death rate is as high as 90%. Those who dare enter are all confident, yet the death rate is still as high as 90%. You didn't even participate in the first qualification battles, and you're going to the impossible level. Tell me, should I call you arrogant and conceited, or should I call you confident? Tru Yin couldn't help but advise his disciple before him. Teacher, I've already made my decision, and I'm confident. Luo Feng said, it's been a long trip home today, and I really want to rest, so I'll take a break. Right now, I owe everyone 3 chapters. I'll return all the chapters tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 565. Luo Feng was very humble in front of his teacher. However, his answers were filled with an unshakable determination. Tru Yin looked at the respectful disciple before him. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but laugh. Luo Feng, your decision is a bit rash. However, in front of me, you're able to not waver at all. That's not bad. To become a strong warrior, you have to constantly reflect on yourself. The moment you discover a mistake, you have to immediately correct it. And if you think you're right, it's like faith and persevere. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't persuade you any further. One sentence, come back alive. Tru Yin looked at this disciple who was in his prime. With 1 trillion years of lifespan, he had seen his disciples die one by one. Teacher, I'll definitely come back alive. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Go. Tru Yin nodded and waved his hand. Luo Feng bowed and walked out of the training grounds. Tru Yin watched as Luo Feng left, his eyes filled with a complex expression, after which he vanished. Walking out of the training grounds, the servants and guards within the villa all bowed when they saw Luo Feng. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The group of people were all very respectful. Luo Feng, however, frowned and pondered. Teacher is right. Those who dare to do the impossible level missions are all confident. The death rate is still as high as 90%. I have the Masha Clansman and Golden Horned Beast. My survivability is 10 times stronger than the others. However, I can't let my guard down. Just from the 4 dangerous level missions in the past half a year alone, he had actually met with danger twice. He had instantly switched to the Masha Clansman and relied on the domain Lord Level 9 Masha Clansman's unbelievable speed to swiftly escape. Even the dangerous level missions were troublesome. This impossible level mission, naturally he couldn't be careless. Luo Feng entered his study and sat before his desk, opening his laptop and clicking on the page. Safety grade, normal grade, hard grade, dangerous grade, impossible grade. Impossible level. Luo Feng didn't hesitate and immediately clicked. D, 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 D. A piercing sound resounded from the screen. Luo Feng, I'll seriously remind you, this is an impossible level mission. In the history of our virtual universe company, many absolute beginning and primal region members have accepted this impossible level mission and lost their lives. I suggest that you go through a few more qualification battles before attempting to accept the impossible mission. The electronic voice echoed in the study. If you want to exit, please choose to cancel. If you want to accept the impossible level mission, please choose to confirm. Once confirmed, there's no turning back. I must complete the impossible grade mission. Luo Feng smiled and immediately clicked confirm. Beep. The screen automatically refreshed, and a brand new page appeared. This page could only be seen when players accepted the impossible quest. At the top of the page was a line of words, hopeless missions. The death rate is 90%. Surviving a hopeless situation requires both strength and luck. You can only choose 2 hopeless missions at most. Please choose carefully. The following is the impossible mission list. 1. Purgatory Abyss, Virtual Universe Company Primal Region. 2. Cloud Palace, Battle Axe Coliseum, Divine Beginning Secret Realm. 8. Demon Mountain, Virtual Universe Company Absolute Beginning Region. 12. Death Star, Universe Mercenary Alliance Glory Secret Region. 18. Blood Demon Continent, Universe First Banks Dripping Blood Secret Region. Luo Feng looked at the list and creased his eyebrows. There's a total of 186 dangerous level missions, and this impossible level mission only has a total of 18. What a pitiful amount. 18 impossible level missions. 4 of them were in the Virtual Universe Company's secret regions. The other 14 were in Battle Axe Coliseum, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe Galaxy Bank, and Universe First Bank secret regions. Just looking at these names, Luo Feng could feel the incoming danger. They were called impossible missions. They definitely weren't meant to scare him. I'll take a good look at them one by one. Just what are these impossible missions? Luo Feng began to flip through them. Every impossible mission had a detailed introduction and also detailed mission requirements. The points were all different. The lowest was the Death Star mission. However, there were a total of 3 Death Star missions, and every one of them gave 100,000 points. Added together, it wasn't a small amount. The highest Purgatory Abyss mission, just one mission alone, gave 1 million points. He carefully read and pondered for a full half an hour. Absorb. Luo Feng took a deep cold breath. Staring at the screen before him, he said softly, "That's vicious. What I said before was right. If he wanted to survive the impasse mission safely, strength was of course fundamental, but he also needed a little bit of luck. Even for me, if my luck is bad and I fall into a nightmare situation, exposing all my clones, I might not even make it out alive. 18 missions, all of them extremely sick. As long as my luck isn't too bad, I still have a certain level of confidence. Which one should I choose?" Luo Feng wasn't afraid or worried at all. There was no such thing as 100% safety in this world. Even normal people of Earth could fall from the sky while walking. Even if you followed the rules, those drunk drivers could break the rules and crash into you. Even a powerful warrior like Luo Feng, if his luck was bad, maybe some absolute being would encounter something painful and vent his anger, killing a bunch of punks. Maybe the Bug Clan or automaton absolute beings would attack through universe travel and enter the secret region, killing a bunch of punks. Anyway, there was no such thing as absolute safety. As long as one had a certain level of confidence, one would go in. Demon Mountain is the only impossible mission in the absolute beginning region. Looking at the introduction, it suits me well. Since it's close, I'll take it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, gently tapping to accept. Please confirm accepting the Demon Mountain mission. Acceptance successful. Please fill in the departure time. The Virtual Universe Company will arrange for people to send you there. Luo Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Demon Mountain was an ancient and mysterious place in the absolute beginning region. It floated in space. Around Demon Mountain, there were a total of 9 ancient planets. These 9 planets all had many aboriginals living there. Countless aboriginals would leave their own planets and enter Demon Mountain, because only by entering Demon Mountain and coming out alive would one truly be recruited by the Virtual Universe Company and become a member of the Virtual Universe Company? Yes. Different from Blood River World, Demon Mountain, and the surrounding 9 ancient planets were all controlled by the Virtual Universe Company from behind. Of course, in terms of mysteriousness, Demon Mountain was even more mysterious. Demon Mountain missions. 1. Survive in Demon Mountain for 3 months. Receive 100,000 points. 2. Survive in Demon Mountain for 3 years. Receive 300,000 points. Just these 2 missions were extremely simple. Just survival. However, after Luo Feng carefully read through the Demon Mountain missions, he realized that just surviving was an extremely difficult thing. 2 days later, a universe ship arrived at Luo Feng's territory, that planet. Your Majesty, Luo Feng. 3 black uniformed men walked down from the ship and bowed respectfully. Let's depart. Luo Feng, who was dressed in a colorful armor, army pants, and boots on the outside, and a cloud contact battle uniform on the inside, nodded and said, "Yes." The 3 uniformed men bowed respectfully and followed Luo Feng into the cabin door, after which the door closed and the ship began to rise. "Farewell, Your Majesty." Realm Lord Ao Duo and his guards bowed respectfully. So, the universe ship vanished in the distant space. Universe travel complete. We'll now begin the dark universe travel. Your Majesty Luo Feng, from here to Demon Mountain, it'll take about 6 hours. The leader, a man in a black uniform with silver threads on his sleeve, smiled. Luo Feng nodded. Right? Are you specially sending people to Demon Mountain? Luo Feng suddenly asked. The black uniformed man smiled and bowed. Yes, all the universe level members within the absolute beginning region. As long as they head to Demon Mountain, I'll be the one to receive them. What's the death rate like? Luo Feng asked. I don't know. The black uniformed man smiled. Even though I'm the one receiving them, when the survivors return, it's the Virtual Universe Company's members that specially send them back. Hence, I don't know how many have died. However, I've heard from my colleagues that the death rate is rather high. Luo Feng nodded. However, I can tell Your Majesty Luo Feng, recently including you, there's a total of 3 heading to Demon Mountain. The black uniformed man said. 3? Luo Feng frowned. 1 is a Primal Region member, another is a Last Phase member, and the 3rd is Your Majesty Luo Feng. However, they've already entered Demon Mountain. The black uniformed man smiled. The one in charge of receiving them is also my colleague. Luo Feng nodded. Universe level Primal Region members? The 3 seniors plus Bolin and Long Yun, a total of 5. All 5 of them were likely to fight against him in the qualification battle. Therefore, he had checked their detailed information in advance. I wonder who it is. Is it Bolin? Or Long Yun? Or one of the 3 seniors? After which, Luo Feng returned to his resting cabin. After about 6 hours, the universe ship once again entered universe travel and returned to the actual universe. Look, Demon Mountain is right ahead. In the control room, the black uniformed man pointed ahead. The exterior simulation allowed Luo Feng to clearly see a black mountain that was covered in faint green and white mist in the distance. In the void, this mountain was incomparably majestic. It was obvious that it was extremely huge. In the distant surroundings of this majestic mountain, one could vaguely see many ancient planets. From Luo Feng's angle, he could only see 5 ancient planets. Demon Mountain. Its height is 180 million kilometers. The widest part at its base is about 320 million kilometers. The black uniformed man pointed at the majestic mountain in space. Demon Mountain is what our Virtual Universe Company calls it. The aboriginals of the 9 ancient planets all called Demon Mountain the Sacred Land, Forbidden Area, Inheritance Forbidden Area, etc. Frequently, large amounts of aboriginals would enter Demon Mountain. In terms of numbers, actually the number of our Virtual Universe Company that enters Demon Mountain doesn't even amount to 1/10,000 of the aboriginals that enter.